Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Waiting a second for all the attendees to pop over. Okay, still popping in. Nice to see some familiar names. Hello, Andrew, Captain Murphy, my neighbor Eduardo, Rachel, nice to see you guys. All right, the attendee number seems stable, so let's begin. We are here this evening with Fred Musali. He's the director of ABCA. We invited him to come answer some questions ahead of the ABCR committee's anticipated testimony at ABCA's performance oversight hearing in council. I understand the director wants to share a few remarks first, and then we can go into Q&A, which I'll mostly let Commissioner Hanrahan referee, if that sounds good to everyone here. Take it away, Director.
Perfect. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate it. And thank you, ANC 1B commissioners, for having me today. Like you said, I'm Fred Musali, the Director of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. Just wanted to talk a little bit about items that our agency has that are related to Ward 1 and ANC 1B. First off, last month we announced we'd reached the milestone of 100 unlicensed cannabis closures. We're up to 102 now. Ward 1 had the highest number of illegal cannabis businesses that were closed at 33. The second highest ward was Ward 2 at 17. So I did want to highlight that. Second, wanted to just make the commission aware, starting tomorrow, which hopefully you got notice on Wednesday, the 45-day public comment period starts for 2 streetery applications in ANC 1B. So we had, due to council legislation, streeteries had until December 31st, 2025 to indicate that they wanted to continue to operate a streetery into 2026. And so we got 2 applications from businesses in ANC 1B. That placard period starts tomorrow, February 6th, and goes until March 23rd. Those businesses are the Royal at 501 Florida Avenue. They've requested a streetery. And then Maiden at 1346 Ford Avenue Northwest, they've also requested a streetery. So just want to explain what that was about. We're excited. As you know, the streeters have been around for a while, and it's good to finally get the ANCs to have an opportunity to weigh in and provide comment on streeteries. So we're glad that that happened. Next, September 26th, just want to let you guys know that's when all the grocery stores, convenience stores, anything with a Class B wine and beer license is up for renewal. And then December 2026 is when the medical cannabis retailers are up for renewal. And then last month, the board voted for final rules for the North Shaw moratorium zone. So just want to let you know that should be appearing in the register in the next week or 2. So those are final rules for the North Shaw moratorium. And then next week, wanted to make you aware, since I'm here, we're going to be sending you notice of a 45-day protest period for a business at 2111 Street Northwest, which is 1B02, for a place called Icon DC/11 DC. I think that's the old Bohemian Cavern space. So that protest period starts February 13th of this year and goes to March 30th. So next week we'll send you guys the 45-day public comment period. And then the 45-day comment period starts tomorrow, which you should have notice for Chicha Lounge. That comment period goes until March 23rd. So I'll stop there and open up questions, but just want to talk a little bit in terms of, obviously you have a lot going on in 1B, and just wanted to make sure you guys have all the notices that we should have send you, or in the case of Icon DC, we'll be sending you. Thank you.
Yeah, let me lead off with a quick little question there. You and I had an email exchange a few weeks ago about what the comment period meant, because we're used to only dealing with the protest process. So is it the case that it's sort of like any other regulations public comment period, where it's put in the register and people can send written responses? I mean, citizens can, ANCs can, just in the form of a letter, or how does that work for things that are not placarded?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think It really is a protest period. So I think you're right there. The statute uses the term comment period. That's why I use that term, because that's what's in the statute. I think part of it is because an ANC could, they could write a letter of support. So it's not really you protesting, you're commenting on it. And then, as you know, the ANCs are entitled to great weight. So it could be you're sharing comments, but maybe you're not actually protesting. So that could be an option there as well. But you're right. There's a number of groups. I don't want to get too off track that can file protests, in addition to an affected ANC. So yeah, protest period is probably the better phrase to work, but there could be some instances where ANC decides to write a letter of support.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Hanrahan, do you want to start off with some of the material from the draft testimony?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Director Masali, thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
I just wanted to clarify two things you just said. So the Class B licenses, they are being renewed this year. When was that date again?
September of 2026.
September 26. Okay, September 26.
I just figured I'd go through what you guys have to deal with, this calendar year.
I appreciate that. That's helpful. Yes, love the readout. And then December 26 is the cannabis license.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, this is helpful to know kind of what's coming in the pipeline. As well as also Chicha and Bohemian Tavern. I think the owner we've been in contact with them. They are the old owner or same owner of Revolt.
Okay.
Bar. So I think thank you for being here tonight. I chair the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Regulations Committee of ANC 1B, and we had a very active year in 2025 with all the restaurant and tavern renewals. So we learned a lot. I just wanted to give a shout out again, always to Sarah, for her help and her expertise and always trying to guide us with the best information possible.
I appreciate that, and I'll pass that along to her. Yeah, she's very helpful.
Thank you. So I guess and I think so one thing we talked about was that there is this the performance oversight hearing kind of coming up. And so we kind of drafted or talked about our meeting kind of like what some items to bring up there would be, but I just wanted to kind of ask you regarding that setting, like what would you think as a director, like what are the things that you hear that you think can be most impactful in terms of like testimony, like things like in broad things like administrative like improvements or calling out the noise code acts and a lot of that information, but just kind of like wondering kind of what your recommendation is for what the most fruitful testimony could be.
Yeah, sure. Well, obviously, you guys should. I'm gonna give you some answers, but I'm obviously at the end of the day, you guys should testify about what you guys want to testify about. But I think there's a couple things. I think one, we introduced noise legislation, which hopefully you've seen, that's at the council. The number of noise complaints we get just keeps increasing, right? You have a number of residents that live near alcohol establishments, and so noise continues to be an issue as complaints increase. So through the executive, we introduced noise legislation to try to help make it easier to deal with those noise complaints, by allowing us to not necessarily require us to go into people's homes, right? So right now, what we hear from residents, if it's 2, 3, 4 in the morning, you have folks, they may have, be in their pajamas, they may have a sleeping baby, whatever it is. They don't necessarily want us to go in their home, right? And so the law currently requires us to hear the noise in a residentially zoned area inside, another building, which is, the person's apartment. So we thought it made more sense to allow the investigator, as long as they were outside the area and the space was zoned residential, to not have to go in. The other aspect of that is it cuts down really how many investigators we have, so we can be more responsive, right? Because if you just have one investigator and they're outside, they could probably be there by themselves. But if it's 3, 4 in the morning, I'm probably going to send 2 investigators into a home because, let me turn this off one second. Because, you know, from a safety perspective at 3 a.m., right, in somebody's house. And then if you're in the home, you're probably going to have somebody outside the establishment just to verify, you know, is Beyonce playing or what's the music, you know, that's being heard. So,
Right.
you know, and Sunday through Thursday night, noise is easier to respond to because there's not as much going on. Friday and Saturday night, when we may be getting a lot of noise complaints, there's other things going on in the city, right? So there's a lot more, you know, there could be, you know, assisting MPD with something going on. There's just a lot more activity in the city. So it'd be nicer to have less investigators that have to respond to a thing. And you know this in 1B, right? You guys deal with noise complaints all the time and frustrated residents. So I'm not telling you anything you haven't heard. I think one thing, you know, which we'll be dealing with, and we'll invite ANC and other ANCs, but this is just what I've heard from other ANCs. And it may not impact you all as much, but just the grounds that ANCs can file a protest of a medical cannabis retailer on, that's just something that's out there. You know, the standards are different than alcohol. So I think we're interested in hearing from ANCs about, you know, what basis ANC should be able to protest, you know, medical cannabis retail application, given the fact it's different. So I think we've had situations where ANCs are just used to, on the alcohol side, you know, protesting for peace, order, and quiet. Well, that's not a protest criteria for cannabis. You can't protest based on peace, order, and quiet. So I think that's kind of, you know, something, you know, we've heard in terms of consistency and, you know, what that criteria should be in terms of filing a protest there, right? So, you know, those are kind of that. I mean, with 1B, it's a lot of noise, you know, a lot of noise issues, which we get, which is why we kind of try to do that bill. And, you know, as you know, that's a big issue in your ANC.
Yeah.
So I'll stop there.
Can I ask you a quick question and just in follow up to that? Do you know where that bill is now? I think we understand that responsibility for alcohol and the ABCA has been transitioned to Councilmember Nadeau with Councilmember McDuffie having resigned his position. But do you have a sense of the timeline that proposal is following at this point?
No, one of the things I looked at for most of our bills today is, as you noted, the Committee on Business and Economic Development got broken up. We're currently under Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the Ward 1 council member. And so we're just looking to see where the various bills get reassigned. I'm assuming it's going to get assigned to Chairperson Nadeau's committee. Obviously, would want to officially see that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, so I think once that happens, hopefully we'll have a better feel, you know, of the timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Then I guess I see Commissioner Barrios' hand is up, but also just a couple more follow-up questions. I guess with some of the noise enforcement, one thing some of our committee brought up is just the noise task force that like used to be part of, I guess, the old DCRA, but it seems like the noise task force of like the DOB enforcing the specific decibel numbers, and then the ABCA inspectors kind of going into the homes, but like enforcing more about the noise in general. It seems like there used to be more of like a cohesion of like a noise task force that might have been a little bit like lost with some of the splitting, or if there's like work going on.
I know what you're talking about, Commissioner. I'll get into it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think what you're talking about, before DCRA broke up, we used to have a noise task force that included us and DCRA. And that's kind of, you know, fallen not through anything in terms of ABCA, because just to be clear, we're out till 4 a.m. 7 nights a week. But that really hasn't picked up on the DOB side, right? So that's, something that hasn't happened. They have the actual noise meters where they take noise readings. That that's helpful in some cases. I don't, that's not really, the reason we kind of go with the outside and the noise in the song is because if you're a noise meter is great if you just have like an isolated one business and then you can take a noise meter and what have you. But if you're in like Adams Morgan or you're on U Street, the problem with a noise meter is you don't know which establishment you're getting the reading on and the noise. I mean, if it's Friday, Saturday night, and you have lots of establishments, it's hard to predict that, right? Whereas if I can tell that establishment A's got this really loud bass going, or they're playing this song, or whatever it is, I can identify where the noise is and I can write up the violation if I can hear it in somebody's home, right? So it's the reason we stay away from the noise meters is it's a lot easier to enforce.
Okay.
And one of the reasons that we went with the standard we did was, I believe it was ANC 1B. It was either 1B, I believe it was 1B, but it could have been a 2B agreement, had language in it, in some of their settlement agreements that says you can't hear noise outside the premises. And that was extremely effective to enforce. And we were able to issue citations and violations for that, right? Because you heard noise outside, you could either hear it or you couldn't, and it was easy to enforce, right? So it was easy to take enforcement action. So that's why we kind of borrowed that, for the residential areas. It's just going to be a lot easier to enforce that way.
Interesting. Great. Well, yeah, this is really helpful. Just one, I guess we have one more other follow-up question. Another question our committee had was, you've been really helpful in answering some of these like more policy questions about ABCA, but we were also wondering if there's a way in which someone from the ABCA board could also maybe meet with either the committee or at the commission level and just kind of give a little bit of a insight into how the board operates, some of their workings.
Yeah, I think you could, if you wanted to invite the chair, that's a possibility to do that. What we have to always be careful of, if you have one or two board members, that's fine. If you have 3 or more board members together, it's a quorum. So then we have a meeting and that's another issue. So if you're going to do that, then it'd be better for you to invite like 1 or 2 board members, maybe invite the chair.
Okay.
And have them come out. But yeah, 1 or 2 works, but just not 3 or more.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then final question. Last time you mentioned like the Salesforce website upgrade might be happening. Do you know if there's a timeline on that still going on?
Yeah, so I actually spent a lot of time working on that today before this call. So it's going to go live in FY26, which is the current fiscal year we're in. So we'll obviously be in testing phase and hopefully go live well before the end of the fiscal year, because just to work out any bugs or anything that may happen that we can work out. So I'm very excited about it. It's going to be both on the alcohol side, the cannabis side, a lot of focus on making it easier for ANCs to get access to information, file protests, get enforcement information, not have to bug us, you'll be able to get the information. So yeah, it's going to be a game changer and I'm really excited about it. But from a financial point of view, we have to get it up and running in 26, this calendar year, but more importantly, this fiscal year.
Wow. That's great to hear. That's super exciting.
Yeah,
There's a question in the Q&A. I think I'll append right there really quickly. It's from one of our ABCR committee members.
Go ahead.
Ties in there. She says, is there a way to improve how relevant information needed for license review is readily available to the ANC without having to FOIA records? I don't know is the universe of documents that will be in the Salesforce larger than what's on your website now?
100%.
Think about that.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. And that person is right on point. Because if I can make the information available to you without having to file a FOIA request, it makes you much happier, and it cuts down on the FOIA requests we have to respond to. And the other thing is, what I hear from ANCs all the time, which is valid, it's like, you sent us a notice, you expect us to vote and consider this, but you want me to FOIA for the application? That's crazy, right? So obviously in those situations, if you email us or tell us, hey, we're having a meeting next week or tomorrow, can we get this information? We'll do it, right? I want to make sure you have the information you need. But if it's available to you through this system and you don't even have to ask me for it, that's the best of both worlds.
To include contact information for applicants?
Yeah, you can do that. No. Oh, well, yeah. So one of the things that's the most important to me about this new system is the contact information for applicants for renewals. That's one of the things I hear from the ANCs the most, because they're like, well, you're giving us the contact information on these new applications. Why aren't you doing it for renewals? So that's probably number one or 1A for me in the system is contact information for renewals. That to me is a game changer for the ANCs and would make you guys very happy and make me happy not to hear from you about it.
You can't possibly not want to hear from us.
Well, I
Stephen, can we
do,
go
but I'd
to?
rather it not be about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
that's
we
good for me. Thank you.
go take some? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barrio.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Director Musali, for joining us again. Always great to see your face.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah. I'm curious if you could speak more broadly to the trends you're seeing in terms of liquor licenses, nightlife in DC, complaints. I'm curious whether things are improving, getting worse. I know that, as the district develops and grows, there are more people living on major corridors and living in mixed use housing. And so I think that that can sort of increase the run-ins between residents and businesses. And I guess I'm just curious to get your take on the the state of alcohol and cannabis in DC right now.
Sure. Well, I'll break them into two parts. I think, well, I'll talk about cannabis first because I think that's easy. So, I think what you've seen is we closed 102 unlicensed cannabis places, 33 in Ward 1. There was a number that closed voluntarily. I think that's made a huge difference because you've significantly reduced how many cannabis businesses you had. Those were all legal. The number of legal places is about half that. And obviously you have a regulated market now, medical cannabis. They're able to, the ANCs are able to protest, get settlement agreements, what have you. So I think what's happened is the medical cannabis market is stabilized. And, I know you guys had it and got complaints, from your ANC. I really heard about it on H Street, right? There were a ton of these businesses on H Street, and I really heard from the ANCs in Ward 6 on H Street. So I think that's made a big difference because we got a lot of complaints about these businesses that were operating illegally. So I think we've got a stable medical cannabis market. So just by way of example, just in 1 year, the sales in a month, went from about 2.7 million a month to we've been over 5.7 million in retail sales a month for the last 4 months, right? So sales have more than doubled. That's important to the city because there's a 6% sales tax. So, now the city's getting money that they weren't necessarily getting from these unlicensed businesses, right? So obviously we're trying to balance that. I think the good news is the medical cannabis business numbers over the last 4 months has been pretty stable. It's not like growing or anything. It's actually slightly decreased, but not by much. On the alcohol side, I think, obviously I think you hear from folks, probably not getting as many applications as we were in other years, although in ANC 1B, obviously we're getting, still getting a fair amount. I'd say we're still getting noise complaints. That's really, my number one issue. That's kind of why we introduced the noise bill, because if you look at it year over year, the noise complaints keep going up, right? Year after year, they're going up. And I think where you really see a lot of the noise complaints is 1B. So we don't know. What's that? In 1B02, that's right. That's right. So there are other wards where we don't really get noise complaints for a variety of reasons, but in 1B, we get a fair amount. So I think that's kind of the main issue is noise. I think That's really the main resident issue we get, is noise. People want to be able to sleep and enjoy their homes, and that's kind of the main thing we get, especially from your ANC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question there. In the past, we've talked about just enforcement generally and sort of your perception of whether you were well staffed with inspectors and whether fines were at the appropriate levels to have a deterrent effect, and also your ability to proactively reach out before there are issues and work with businesses. How do you feel about your footprint in the budget on those fronts?
Yeah, so knock on wood, as soon as Friday, hopefully not too far after that, I may as well make the announcement now. We're posting 3 investigator positions. So want to beef up our staff. It's always critical that we have investigators because we have 3 different teams. We have investigators working till 4 a.m., 7 nights a week. And so we have to be out and deal with that. So I'm making that out because the 3 investigator positions are being posted externally, which means anybody from the public can apply. So I'm going to use that announcement so people can check out the DCHR website. And if they want to apply to be an APCA investigator, we're doing 3. So that's absolutely critical. And so hopefully that answers your question, but want to do that. So I think if you saw in the noise bill, we actually proposed increased fines from the current fines. And the reason we did that was, the first noise violation currently is the investigator issues a $250 citation. And we saw in some cases, and obviously we've issued some noise citations, as you know, in 1B. Somebody may look at the 250 fines as the cost of doing business. And so we want to make sure that those fines escalate and can go up. Also, there were other abilities in the noise bill in terms of restrictions on licenses and conditions that giving the board the authority to do for repeat offenders. So that's that. On the education piece, yeah, there's an education piece where the investigators, when they go out, they can ask a business to turn down their music. They can ask them to close the windows and doors. That can be helpful because, as I noted, sometimes people don't want us in their home, but they're appreciative if they're trying to sleep. And if we're like, hey, look, you need to turn down the music, you need to close your windows and doors, this music's too loud, and you can address it. That works in some cases. Other cases, we have to go back an hour later because they'll wait till they think we're gone and then turn it up, right? So, but I think those are important. But yeah, education's key because a lot of businesses want to do the right thing, and you're trying to focus on those businesses that aren't.
Okay, thank you. I have a hand in the audience from Frank Chauvin. If we can, I can allow you to talk. Go ahead, you can unmute.
Yes, good evening.
Frank, good to see you.
Good to see you, Director. For better or for worse, I've become interested in ABCA's dual mission, including both regulating the alcohol and cannabis industry as well as its duty in protecting the welfare and health of the community. A few inquiries, 2 questions focusing on health and welfare. And ABCA's mission here, carried out by you, the director, the board, and its staff. First, ANC Great Weight. There are clear statutory requirements for ABCA's Great Weight protocol on new, renewal, and substantial change licensing. Great Weight falls off on a cliff, however, with respect to Great Weight on other matters, generally by agencies. Can you please provide your administrative protocols in responding to ANC resolutions in matters that they have great weight in? Here, ANC's forward a resolution on late night operating hours and their opposition to late night operating hours, those to 6 a.m. Here, ANC has forwarded it to you, and I think you might be familiar with it. Are you familiar? And do you intend to respond in writing to the resolution opposing it? And if so, or recognize it and understanding it? And my other question will be a quick follow-up after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Good to hear from you as always. Yeah, I think a couple of things. So Great Weight, I'm going to kind of break it into 2 categories because I think you focused on a lot. So anytime we give notice to ANCs, you mentioned new, renewal, substantial change, medical cannabis retailer, whatever that is, ANCs are entitled to Great Weight. And that means the board has to address those concerns. 100% absolutely agree with you, and ANCs are entitled to great weight. On the other issues, I have not seen, and it'd be great. I'll just ask the ANC to send it to me on the late night hours. I just make sure I have that. Anytime we get recommendations or letters that you mentioned, yeah, the goal is to be responsive to the ANCs, and I've submitted a fair amount of responses to ANCs and think it's important that we do so. If the ANC is going to take the time to write us on an issue, we should be responding. So I agree 100% on that. So yeah, if there's something you think or the ANC doesn't think we've responded to, let me know and I'll make sure we get a response. I think that's absolutely has to happen.
Thank you. I love it if you pay attention to that important resolution, because it's a very serious matter of community welfare and health with respect to opposition to 6 a.m. operators. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you telling me, Frank. Good to hear from you as always.
Yep. Thank you. Second question. APCA board inspection reports prepared for protest hearings. I've recently participated in 2 hearings by the board, protest hearings, that have not been adjudicated or, let's say, investigated by your inspector to put forward a report in front of the board covering the issue of the moratorium zone. All right. So your inspectors aren't putting and educating the board on the moratorium zone that should be central and important as a factor in all protests in the moratorium zone, because in fact, they all do affect the over-concentration, which is found in the moratorium zone established by your agency. So my question to you, am I asking too much here? How do we ensure that your board understands the importance and the centrality of the moratorium zone in all of its proceedings and rulings with licensees and their requests for substantial changes, making the moratorium zone brushed aside because currently we're not educating the board on its importance? Can we add that to the inspection reports? And can you give me some thoughts on this? I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. No, I think you're absolutely right. I will address that with our enforcement team tomorrow. I think if you have a request that's in 1B, it should be noted that it's a moratorium zone and explain that. So I'll talk to the chief of enforcement tomorrow. I think that's important to bring up.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good talking to you, Frank.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a wrap. Anything final from the commission? Okay. Thank you, Director Musali, as always. We'll be in touch soon with some follow-ups, and we'll see you at the performance oversight hearing, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate the commissioners of 1B for taking time. I'll let you guys move on with your meeting. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, the guest speaker having concluded, I call this meeting to order at 7:07. Mr. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
I will. Commissioner Holden.
Here.
Commissioner Barrio.
Here.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Here.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Present.
Commissioner Kenzik.
Present.
Commissioner Lemon Strauss.
Here.
Commissioner Harris.
Present.
And Commissioner Fay is here. We have 9 of 9 commissioners present. I do also see our 2 non-commissioner chairs. Oh, sorry, Hanrahan. You shifted on my screen, so I was following the order of the screen, and then you disappeared.
Been here the whole time.
Commissioner Hanrahan. So 9 of 9.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. We have a large agenda tonight and some serious topics to get through. Right off the bat, I wanted to ask unanimous consent that we modify our normal speaking rules. Normally, we allow 2-minute comments, 2 comments per person on any one topic. I was hoping we could agree by consent to modify that to 2 minutes for a first comment, but only 1 minute for a follow-up, just to tighten up a little bit the agenda and hope to end on the same day in which we began the meeting. Does anyone object to that change?
And sorry, would that apply to commissioners and community members alike?
Would only be fair.
I would object. I object as well.
All right. I'm assuming that means you want to leave it at the standard 2x2.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner
Can we just
Holden, would
make
you
sure
like
we're
to?
strict on the 2x2? I think sometimes when we have a lighter agenda, we don't really follow the 2x2 rule, right?
That's true.
Yep.
We're happy with a strict 2x2, and which means I'll turn off a microphone after 2 minutes. I think that's the only way it's going to work.
I
It's a
have
little bit
committed
harsh,
to
but
our chair that the timer finger will be ready and going. So look for your timer and try to respect it.
okay. That sounds good to me. Thank you, guys. We can go to the consent agenda, which contains tonight's meeting agenda, as well as the minutes from our January 8th meeting in your packet starting on page 7. Do I hear a motion related to the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Excuse me. All right, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the consent agenda, please just say aye.
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 All those
Not your
opposed say
hand.
nay.
I
I'm
change the
gonna keep
rules.
doing hands.
We're doing a couple voice votes tonight to move along quickly. I hear no nays, so I'll consider that adopted by unanimous consent. Thank you. We can move to committee reports. 3 minutes per committee. We will put the 3 minutes on the clock tonight, if you don't mind, Secretary Fay. And the first up is Transportation, Parks, and Public Space, Commissioner Holden.
TPPS has a couple items at the end of the agenda, so stick around if you want to talk about bikes. But speaking of bikes, DDOT is hosting a virtual forum and a in-person forum at the Shaw Library, I believe, on February 17th and the 18th about the 11th Street bike lane. In the last day or two, they released 90% plans for some segments and 65% plans for other segments. And then I think some segments are still outstanding. But they're on the project website. It's like if you Google 11th Street, we can put in a link too, but 11th Street bike lane project DDOT, it'll come up with a project page with the updated plans, and then they're going to do 2 public meetings about that. So a great time to learn more about the project. We'll take up the updates probably at the March TPPS meeting. So if you want to talk to the committee and the ANC about that, please come to that meeting. And then this month, we have a new NOI about notice of intent for a roundabout, kind of like 10th Street, Florida-ish, like near Howard 930 Club. That has been a temporary roundabout, but they're turning to a permanent roundabout. So that should hopefully be a big improvement for the neighborhood. So we'll get into the plans a little bit about that at our meeting next week. So if you are interested in that, please join us.
Great.
Thank you very much for that.
Jamie has
The
a
committee.
Commissioner Sycamore has a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
a real hand.
It was a real hand.
Oh, sorry. You want us to use Zoom hands?
Go ahead, jazz hands, preferably.
All right. Just really quick, Commissioner Holden, I have a couple of comments because that roundabout is in my SMD. I have some comments from some community members. How would you like me to submit that? Would you like me to submit it to you in writing, or how would you like that?
Yeah. If you have them in writing, then that's perfect. I can that way it's really easy to share with the committee and will help with the discussion. So if you have it in writing, that's great. And then of course, if they want to join the meeting, of course, let them know.
Yes. Okay.
That's possible too. But if you have them already, please just forward them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both. Next to the Committee on Zoning, Preservation, and Development, Mr. Brandt.
Hi, everyone. We had a fairly light agenda at our last ZPD meeting. Primarily, we discussed the DC 2050 interactive tool, which I think has since closed, but at the time was open. So we sort of looked at that from our point of view as ZPD committee members. And then we also had a little bit of a get to know you session with each other because there's a lot of new committee members. And there are a few other items on the agenda, including one that I think is being taken up mostly by the Committee on Community Engagement. So I won't spoil that committee's fun there. We, as of now, for our next committee meeting, there are a few pieces of council legislation that are relevant to the committee's work that I'm looking into. We don't currently have any development cases coming in front of the committee, although theoretically that could change. And also just to note for everybody, our committee meeting did shift a week later in February to the 23rd. Hopefully somebody will correct me if that's wrong, due to the holiday. So we're meeting on the 4th Monday instead of the 3rd Monday. That's it.
Okay, you've got a question from Commissioner Sycamore?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm chatty Cathy today. For the Reeves Center redevelopment, has there been any new, because I know we're going to possibly be looking at that again. Is there any new developments on that yet?
Not that I'm aware of. I think actually the Economic Development Committee, so Commissioner Fay, would be able to speak more recently to that, because I believe that Commissioner Fay, you had somebody come talk to you about the Reeves Center more recently than they came to the ZPD. My understanding is that there's not a publicized RFP yet, but that the district is working on it. And so that's, if Commissioner Fay wants to correct me, by all means, please do that.
I'll just add it to my 3 minutes in ED.
Cool.
Thank you all. Commissioner Hanrahan for the committee. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a second question. So rude. Mike Hooling, I apologize. Please unmute yourself.
Apologize, Mr. Brandt. What was the item that you wanted to speak about with community engagement? There's a little bit of transition in chairs. I just, if you want,
this was
that'd be great.
I don't know if this is on the agenda, but it's the proposal from we have a shared committee member in common with Karen Gall, the wonderful, incomparable Karen Gall, who has a great idea with regard to the 1111 V Street building collapse, and what the commission might be able to do about that. So I believe that it is going through your committee. I could be wrong about that, but we just that at ZPD is really all I was saying.
Oh, excellent. Yes, we do have that on the agenda. Thank you.
Yep. Great. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sirs. Stephen, Committee on Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Regulations.
Hello. Yes, we met in January to largely discuss the performance hearings that are going to happen, as we kind of talked about earlier. We had a really busy 2025 with tons of license renewals, and so we're trying to kind of situate ourselves to think about larger policy tasks that we can focus on this 2026 years, because actually, like, aside from the license B licenses and the cannabis licenses are far fewer than taverns and restaurants. So we're talking about the performance oversight committee hearing and some draft testimony about the Noise Balance Amendment Act, about some of the ABCR website upgrades, and some other aspects in which we think that the council could lend some support to ABCA as a institution, agency. So that was a large part of what we talked about. And then we also are organizing a walk tomorrow behind the 9.5 alley, between the 9th Street and 9.5 alley. I'm organizing a walk with two business owners and the 9th Street Business Association chair, hopefully to mostly discuss trash and rodents, which might not be there in the snow. Hopefully they'll all be buried, but if they're not buried, then it's definitely will be a red flag. So that's going to be good to know. But we're going to check it out and just hopefully kind of make sure everyone is in agreement to kind of what role we can play, and if the ANC can help at all with some of these garbage issues behind that alley easement that where we went to this summer, and it was really, really quite not a nice scene. Yeah, and then that is basically it for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. let's turn to the Committee on Community Engagement. Mr. Hewland again.
Hello, everyone. Just very quickly over some of the topics that we discussed at our last meeting on January 20th. We're still reaching out, looking at different avenues and different partners for some sort of solution on a farmer's market, a little bit more central in ANC 1B. Ted Fitz and Starts and Zavi, who's leading the charge, along with Nicholas, are really trying to get their hands wrapped around that, see what's possible for this calendar year. We're still looking to do something for the grand reopening for the African American Civil War Museum. We know that's been postponed a little bit due to natural construction delays. And so we'll want to do something once the time comes. And I believe Karen or someone is going to be reaching out to Dr. Frank Smith over the next month or so to see how we can support and when the timing might be. Also, we're continuing to develop the block party and neighborhood get-togethers playbook. That's on my plate. Hopefully, I'll have the next month or so to get that drafted and then sent out to our committee and then obviously to the commission for review. But that'd be good to have something on there, as well as some clearer guidelines on the webpage, which I know have been in the works or on our plate for a few months here. We're also looking at ways and looking at the website of how we can support the commission with developing what we're calling like an elevator kind of pitch, ways commissioners can, tell new residents in the area what the ANC does, the importance, the roles that the commissioners play within the community, and then also finding a way that we can build up or support a building up of a volunteer database that we can tap into to help out with local events and ANC events. Because some of the events that the commission does is a little bit intense, and having more people, more hands would be much appreciated. And I'm trying to think here. And then also other ways that, there's the ideas of office hours or other ways that the commission can connect with the commissioners. There's a whole host of opportunities out there, and we're going to be putting together a list of ideas that for the commission to consider. Chair, do you want me to speak about the motion that Ms. Gall suggested, or should that wait for new business?
I think we've taken care of it. I don't think it's, you can mention it. I mean, it's not something we're going to take action on in this meeting today.
So Karen Gall, who's also part of our committee, just wanted to raise a motion for the commission to explore ways to commemorate and bereave victims within our area of significance, such significant tragedy, such as what happened over at the, I think it was 1113 B Street last year or the year before. And so I know that's in the works, but she brought up a motion, and it was very well supported by the committee. And I know that's gone to the commission for kind of review and thinking about how to incorporate that in some capacity.
Right. It was discussed at ZPD too, and seen very favorably. And I let Ms. Gall know that we're preparing a series of SOP and bylaws amendments, probably to be considered in the early summer. And I've worked some language in for that raft of amendments to codify that it's the Committee on Community Engagement that would have responsibility for reaching out to people affected by disasters or house fires and that kind of thing that happens from time to time in the commission area. Yes, to express condolences, but also to help with wayfinding, to get services from the city, housing, victims benefits, and that kind of thing. So that's something we'll formalize as part of the Community Engagement Committee's remit. Commissioner Sycamore.
Thanks again. Hey, Mike. Just really quick. Great. I'm really excited to hear about this block party template. I would love to take a look at that and run it past some of the 12th place organizers, because I know that they do a great block party every year, and I'm sure they could probably provide some really good feedback for you if you are willing.
The more the merrier. We have the Seton Place who did the block party out, like the 17 block or 1600 block of Seton Place. last year. So the more
Agreed.
the merrier, because obviously everyone's had their own experience. It's not as cut and dry as you would think it'd be. So I'm sure people have hit block roads or roadblocks, and then also best practices would be great. So any and all input would be greatly welcome.
Great. And my last quick comment for possibly exploring farmers markets, I was thinking of up in Bloomingdale where they close off a tiny little section of that street right next to that little park there, right off of, I believe it's Florida Avenue, and then that little tiny little side street. I was wondering if maybe we could explore talking with DDOT and closing off T Street in front of the Howard Theater on, like, say, a Sunday morning or something, and explore the possibility there. Maybe that could help with some of the revitalization of the area.
The one, so we did separately outside of the committee, and Commissioner Fay was part of this when he was with the LPCA. That park there at 625 T Street, we're talking about the 600 block of T Street Northwest. There was a whole host of issues or concerns of having having a farmers market there. I know that one organization was reached out to, and they declined because of kind of just the kind of one being unsafe at the time. This was a few years ago, but also I think it was just the viability of using that space for a farmers market. One thing I have not talked to the committee directly about is that there's another space at the old CBS lot, which is now Sandlot Uptown, which might also be a good option to explore. But I know that I know the committee and the task force were looking at something a little bit more central towards 14th and U. And so if there's something over in that area as well, that'd be great. But I agree, having kind of a dedicated or a space that's like more walking, or I really love how Bloomingdale does theirs with the cutoff street, because it provides a little bit more of a intimate atmosphere. But any and all suggestions are welcome. So if anyone sees a space out there that would be good for a farmer's market, please let us know.
Thank you all. We can move on to the Committee on Economic Development. Mr. Fay.
Great. Two primary discussion topics at our January meeting. The first, the council member Nadeau has secured funding in the current year budget for a throne toilet that had been in discussion for some time. We received some additional details from her office, David Meny, clarifying that the language had been written that the throne needed to be placed within 500 feet of the intersection of S and T. My understanding from my last email with him is that they are working with DPW to determine, what are the viable options, because a throne is a certain square footage, and there's only so many places that we can put it. And so the committee talked about preferred locations, and I need to follow up with David Meny on kind of where he is with that analysis. And Nicole Rivero, if you have any updates, we'll certainly look forward to those when you give your update. Secondly, topic of great interest, gentle density. The Committee of Economic Development has been engaged in discussion with Commissioner Barrio on that resolution since October. The bulk of our November meeting was spent on it, December, and we closed up in January. The committee, having raised some concerns, ultimately decided to craft and vote on a different resolution that addressed the concerns that they had defined. That resolution was passed unanimously. It is on our agenda tonight, and so I'm looking forward to discussing that version along with Commissioner Barrio's version, and appreciate very much him elevating this particular topic into the conversation, because it is an important one. Finally, from a Reeves Center perspective, kind of going back a couple of meetings, Reeves Center obviously has been kind of declared surplus. DemPed did go through an RFP process. They did select a partner, development partner. The development partner has since communicated that due to changing economic conditions, they want to renegotiate some of the base terms. One of the base terms is a request to rezone. Economic development will be reaching back out to DemPed, and I suspect that we will have a resolution back in front of this ANC in March, recommending certain action on DemPed's part to advance that. Closing out, we have the Office of Planning planning to join Economic Development in February, but that will be rescheduled as we form this joint task force. We will be taking up a review of the vending laws that have been creating some issues here, as well as 1A. And so please plan to join us in February for that meeting and those topics.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no questions, the Committee on Public Safety, Commissioner Barrio, please.
Yes, so the Committee on Public Safety met last month and discussed the upcoming or really ongoing performance oversight hearings that Council is holding for district agencies. One of the agencies that we're very interested in is the Department of Parks and Recreation because of the topic of youth engagement and the juvenile curfew. The committee very strongly wants the Department of Parks and Recreation to do more to open its doors to youth in the evening, provide youth more walk-in programming, and really just provide safe places for youth to spend time in the evenings as recreation centers should. And so we are hoping, I think in just our individual capacity as residents of DC, to testify during that hearing, which is upcoming on February 12th, I believe, to really call for the council and DPR to provide the necessary funding and guidance to utilize DC's recreation centers so they serve our youth. Turning to the topic of crime, just very briefly, total crime in ANC 1B over the past month has remained relatively stable from 76 crime incidents in the last month to 74 this month. There were no reported homicides on DC's crime card system in the last month, and there were no assaults with a dangerous weapon, which is also very good to hear. Yeah, those are all my updates.
Thank you. Any questions for committees? Seeing none, we can move into the Office of the Council Member. Who do we have here today? Nicole, I see you there.
Yes.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello.
Take it away, and I have a couple questions in the Q&A for you already, so go ahead first.
All right. So real quick, it has been mentioned already that it is performance oversight season at the council. Really encourage folks to sign up to testify at dccouncil.gov/hearings for the schedule. Over the past week, Councilmember Nadeau asked the DC Healthcare Finance Department why the extra $21 million that we made available for the DC Healthcare Alliance is not being used for the services promised to those who cannot get other coverage. She'll be following up with the mayor on that at next week's Mayor Council breakfast meeting. And she also asked questions in the Committee on Health about progress on the Stabilization Center coming to Columbia Heights and about the Community Navigators pilot, which we're working to make a permanent program. And then, of course, still on all of our minds is the continuing snow response. Councilmember has been working with colleagues to elevate issues that we're hearing out in the community. This was really the most challenging snow event we've seen in a very long time, with the mix of snow and sleet and sub-freezing weather. Councilmember and our colleagues have been very concerned in particular about the kind of lack of clear communication from the executive on kind of what to expect and the progress that was being made. Have made some improvements on that in the last week. But the council member is chair of the committee with oversight of DPW, so we've been in regular contact with them and the mayor's team on everything snow response, and encourage folks to testify at their performance oversight hearing. That's next week on February 12th. The Bobcats have been out clearing paths in the alleys so that workers can walk them on foot to pull the trash to the trucks. This is, of course, slower than normal when we can get the trucks in the alleys. So please, if your trash has not been collected yet, DPW is asking to give them 2 days after your normal collection day. And if it's still not collected, then put in a 301 request for a missed collection. We've also seen some issues with the Bobcats moving snow onto sidewalks and other places that those giant piles of snow should probably not be. So please, if you're seeing that, reach out to our office. We're elevating them to get the Bobcats back to correct those issues. And as you're seeing any other issues with alleys, trash recycling, pickup, intersections, bus stops, please call 311. The app does not have a category for snow, so you have to call, or you can always reach out to our office and we can help elevate it as well. And then my last thing, our next Brienne on Your Block is Wednesday. Alpha Cafe. 1E. So that's on our website.
Wednesday, sorry, what?
Wednesday from 6 to 8 at Sankofa Cafe on George Ave.
Okay.
And I did try to catch that before the symphony went, Nicole. I'm sorry.
We're so close. No, I need to be held accountable for going over my time.
There was one hand up, and then you said the word snow, and now there are 12 hands up. Let me ask you two things real quick about that. One, is it normal for the Bobcats to clear alleys? I mean, I know DPW has a pretty bright line rule.
Yeah. This is kind of an extraordinary circumstance. Typically, it is residents' responsibility to clear alleys.
Yeah.
But this is such difficult snow. It's iced over, like it's not going to melt anytime soon. So, I think the executive made the call that it was worthwhile to do that work to get the trash collected. Typically, it's on us as residents to clear those alleys.
Right. You might not have an answer to this, but in an alley with 25 abutting buildings, does anything ever happen to clear them? Is it,
I mean, we've seen a lot of times like neighbors will band together and do it together. I know that I have seen neighbors band together also to hire someone to do it. It really has to be kind of a neighbors helping neighbors thing.
Yeah, but that's like a row home thing, right? These large property management companies are not banding together.
Yeah, when there's apartment buildings, I think it's like everyone kind of gets out together and does a little shoveling.
And second thing, any particular reason why the 311 requests for snow are only by phone? Is that by design? Is it faster, or it just hasn't been built into the app?
I don't know. I do know that the process for adding 311 requests to the app is kind of complex and expensive. So I don't know specifically for snow, but I do know there are several challenges with the process of adding new 311 request types.
Not your issue, but I still cannot get the app to open.
Oh,
ever.
no. Oh, no. Well, I can see if I can find someone who can help you with
Amazing service. Let's go to Commissioner's questions. Vice Chair Harris, please.
I think Commissioner Kinsick had his hand up before me.
Oh, Vice Chair, by all means, please go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. Hi, Nicole. I'm not sure if you saw the emails back and forth. I don't know if anyone added you, but there was a water main break on Wallach Place on Sunday, and then it proceeded to ice over, and neighbors were trying to take care of it. Luckily, DC Water did end up coming. I know there's water main breaks all over DC, so it wasn't something that I think they could respond very quickly to, unfortunately. But some neighbors had flooding in their basements. Is there a specific contact that I can direct them to? I'm also happy to ask Stephanie next, but is there a specific contact at HCMA or anyone else that I can direct them to? Because obviously this is not their fault.
Yeah, that is a great question. I don't know off the top of my head, but we can find one for you.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Kinsick.
Yes. Hey, Nicole. I just wanted to tell you that I really feel that the entire DC system has failed the public so bad and poorly during the snow management. I understand being from the Northeast, this is nothing. I also understand managing as a director of facilities at Howard University, the impact the snow had, but we made sure no students got injured. We made sure cross paths were injured, even the city streets were cleared out on all walkways. But to get calls from my constituents who are in wheelchairs, who needed medications, who couldn't afford food deliveries, unacceptable, huge fail. And I'm sure this one, for once, I won't hear council member say aye. I'm sure this one she'll stop, not say aye. Thank you.
I'd encourage you to come testify or submit testimony to DPW's performance oversight hearing on your experience, and also encourage your constituents who've had challenges. This has been a very challenging storm, and I hear you. So I would really encourage you to submit testimony.
I see Mr. Chauvin's hand is up. Go ahead and unmute.
Nicole, quick follow-up from last month. Any success handling a inquiry regarding penalties for illegal vending?
No, I don't have an update on that for you, Frank, but I think you're in touch with my colleague Abby, who works on that issue in our office?
Yes, I will be, but thank you. And then secondly, I know that there's been some discussion by folks at the Economic Development Committee here, and was wondering, would the council member be considered available for a discussion, a panel discussion on this issue at some point in the next couple of months? I don't know if the chair of our committee, Commissioner Fay, has extended a request, or if it might be to Abigail. But I was just curious, for my own personal benefit, whether the council member would participate in an ANC sponsored forum regarding vending.
Like to come to the Economic Development Committee meeting or like some other forum? Is that what you mean?
Either both, a forum on the issue sponsored by the ANC, or before the Economic Development Committee.
I haven't spoken to her about that, so I'm happy to take that back to her.
Thank you.
We've got a technical curveball for you here from the audience. Last month, Nicole said she would check in with Brianne about clarifying her expression in recent proposed laws and statements regarding affordable housing, citing 80% AMI incomes as affordable, despite that meaning studios and one-bedroom affordable units renting for $2,000 a month plus for single professionals making $85K a year. Did Brianne happen to clarify why she continues to call 80% AMI units affordable?
I'm so sorry. I do not have that info in front of me, but I will follow up. I'm so sorry about that. And if that person wanted to share their contact information, I can also share mine in the chat. Happy to offline that as well and I'm going to make sure that I copy the exact info here. So thank you for typing it out so that I get it right.
Are you... Well, you can put your email in the chat. I don't think you can respond to the question in writing.
Okay, I will put
because I clicked live. Sorry, I messed it up.
No worries.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's worth highlighting, right? Especially as we get into comp plan discussions, that 80% officially is one of the categories of quote unquote affordability. But from an economic development perspective, when the committee talks about it, we're talking a lot about 30 and 50%, and how much of that is missing. So I think, the answer to the 80% or 85% is important. But I think pushing past that to really start talking about what are we doing to get more 30 and 50% AMI affordability in place is something we really need to turn our attention to.
I do not remember what the context of that was in your previous comments, so I'm assuming it has to do with that, right? Speaking of affordability, affordable broadly, meaning 80% and below, not distinguishing deeply in, the gradations of affordability. I thought there were more questions here, but I think they're more appropriate for Mokers. So if nothing else for the council member's office, I think we'll move on. Thank you, Nicole, as always. And we can move to the office of the mayor. Stephanie from the Mokers team is here.
Hi, this is Stephanie, the Ward 1 Liaison Moker. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Nicole, council member's office, pretty much has stated similar information that I would have responded or given out. I also have Andrew online as well, so you can also, if you have any business related questions in regarding to the snow, we can answer those questions. I wanted to just touch base on basically what our office, the Mokers, have been doing throughout the week of 2 weeks with the snow. As Nicole has stated, many of the residents have been flagging and also reaching out to both offices, and we've been flagging every issue, every street. And now even the alleys and also the mountain of snow, that's also an add-on just recently, currently, due to the Bobcats. So in real time, thank you for all the commissioners that have been contacting and just flagging the multiple times of your streets, because I know, as I mentioned before, Myself and the team, we are in real time actively in the outside in the field. So we're around every block, just making sure that we're flagging each street that wasn't plowed according to. I know that some of the systems said that it was. We did flag that many of them wasn't, just to be clear. So we've been on it and just wanted to make sure that we appreciate all your work and effort for also flagging along and your patience with everything that's been going on. But if you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer.
We sure will. I'll go to Mike Hewling first, and then I'll circle back around to the ones in the Q&A.
Okay.
Hi, Stephanie. Want to thank. I know it's been a very taxing and frustrating couple weeks for everyone. The one rumor I just heard, I don't know if there's any validity to it, is that some of the smaller plows, when the snow first came, they weren't able to handle it. Like the plows broke, the trucks broke. And so that's why there was some delay in it, just because of the heavy snow with the frozen ice. One, is that actually what happened? And then I guess two, moving forward, how do we encourage the city not to have that happen again? Like, do we reach out to DPW? Do we reach out to the mayor's office? How do we, I heard that the big backup originally was the broken plows, but I don't know if you have more information on that.
So with that information, it was true that it was the cost of the delay. Apart from just the weather itself, the snow was regular snow, and then eventually froze over. So that really that mixture of just the temperature drop later on into like what we know now is like Snow Creek. Regular plowing machine couldn't really get through it. It did damage a lot of the machinery, so had to go back and reroute into using the heavy machinery and bringing out bigger things, so that way they can go through and try to get into that and remove some of the snow. As you can see, we're been using like construction work and machinery just to help through all of the snow and the ice. Actually, I wouldn't say snow. I haven't been calling it snow because we know what snow look like and feels like. It's more soft. This has just been literally ice. So yeah, that was what actually happened that caused the delay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fay.
Yeah, real quick, Stephanie, folks are asking about trash collection this week, whether we're still on track for regular trash collection. Right now, it sounds like from a DPW perspective, there's no kind of delays communicated. But can you check and find out what the status of alleyway collection is? Because alleyways still are not cleared. And
Okay.
I'm happy to follow up with an email.
Okay, so I can actually say that for front side trash collection is currently on regular schedule. But for the alleys, they're actually 2 days behind. So technically, right now they're still on Tuesdays. So the alley trash collection is behind.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I know in my S&D there's been no trash pickup at all yet. So I'm giving it until tomorrow. I'm giving it until for both front and back. So I'm waiting to see what tomorrow brings before I start raising hell again.
Okay, no, so and then also, yes, because we did mention that even if you do not get your trash collected front or back, to leave your trash in the front so that the team can still collect, because they will still be collecting the trash, and then also put in the 301 request. But for right now, for the only delay that we are aware of is the alleyways. And I want to also clarify that as we know, I know alleys were not in the DPW frame of work to plow or to clear out. That is part of the residency. But in this case, and actually they haven't done any alley work in the last 5 years of the times we even had snow. But due to like the current situation, the mayor went ahead and did also stated that they will be clearing out the alleys where the DPW team normally does go and through their route. So I don't want to say that all alleys will be clear, but definitely the ones that DPW typically will do their routes in.
I've got a couple questions in the Q&A from the community. The DPR summer camp lottery opened. It's reduced rate application on February 2nd and apparently also closed it later that day. Is there any possibility that the DPR would reopen the reduced rate window? Is that something you're tracking?
I can follow up with that because typically when the DPR does open anything that related to signing up, they tend to go really quickly. Families just sign up really quickly, and then later on they do create a wait list. But I can follow up with that just to be sure.
Okay. Can you pop your email address in the chat and we'll make sure that gets to the gentleman who asked?
Yes.
And the same community member pointed out that on Monday at noon, the mayor will announce the DC Green Book of opportunities for DC businesses to provide services and contracts to the district. Don't know if you have any more information or anything to add on that, Stephanie?
No, actually I don't, but thank you for that, for announcing that. Thank you.
I'll put that in the chat too so other folks can see it. And that's good. Nothing else first. Oh, sorry, we have hands over here. I believe Miss Gall was first. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone, Commission, and Stephanie Mokers. I specifically want to speak to you and Mr. Shapiro. There is, you brought up DPR, and we know that they're having their oversight hearing coming up on the 12th. However, you mentioned the slots that each one of the children are able to fill. There's never enough slots offered. If you look at the number of students you have in the DC public school systems as well as the charter schools, and you compare that to the minuscule amount of slots that's open for the DPR facilities. I'm saying this specifically for 1B because we have a number of the recreation centers here, and also they want to be able to utilize the facilities that all the beautiful offerings, but there's never enough for the amount of children that we have in our system. So what is being done specifically, and I do really want you to take this back to your office, that's going to help this, and DPR is really not the one to really facilitate this comes directly to the executive, so I really need to get an answer to that. But that's my question. And then also I put some information in the chat for 3D CAC. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Miss Karen. If you can also just email me that, and I will follow up with that DPR concern, because I am aware that at times they don't have many slots, but I don't want to be the one to give you the incorrect answer, but I do want to follow up and give you the correct answer, or even let the director of DPR herself also just respond to you to give you the best answer.
And as long as it's about the proportion of the slots compared to the number of young people we have in the community that utilizes the DC public school systems as well as the charter school system, etc., you can't have 2 slots and have 5,000 kids. There's no way that equals out.
All right.
But thank you, Stephanie. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And Andrew Shapiro from the Mokers team is on. You can unmute yourself too.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to reintroduce myself. I'm Andrew Shapiro. I'm the business community liaison for wards 1 through 4. And since you all brought up the Green Book, I did post the link where you can sign up. That is Monday. It starts at 11 a.m. Please be there by 10:30 if you want to attend. It is at the Capital One Center. Unlike last year, a lot of the opportunities kind of were disrupted by the budget freeze. So hopefully this year we don't have that, and there will be a lot of contracting opportunities. Importantly, there will be opportunities really to start thinking about RFK. There in 27 will be the NFL draft. and there are already contracting opportunities for that. And so if you are a business that is not a CBE business, I will drop the link where to learn about that, but a good opportunity to sign up for that. And just wanted to give some little more information about surrounding the Green Book launch on Monday.
Thank you for the link. I'm going to add that to the chat so everyone can see it. I'm spending my entire evening shuttling links from Q&A to chat. Thank you, everyone, for being so informative. Any questions for Mokers before we close it out? Okay. Thank you, everybody, very much. I do not believe we have anyone from district agencies here. If
I looked to
so,
see if Captain Murphy was still on, and I don't see him in the audience anymore.
no. Okay. Anyone else wants to make themselves known? If not, we can move on to commissioner announcements. Going once, going twice. Or community announcements.
Oh, just a quick one.
Sorry, Commissioner Kenzak, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow the group up with Thirst. I did email them 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, and I also texted them thereafter. I sent a message to ask for both Commissioner Hanrahan and myself to go out to the property, with possibly some of the community members. And
I just took myself off.
Mike, you want to take yourself off mute? You got yourself off the camera, but now you're still. You got to take yourself off mute. Anyway, so I have not heard back yet from the Thirst owners. So I'm waiting for that. But I just wanted to keep everyone updated on the call as well, that 1B is actively doing our part and making sure we're checking all the boxes to be fair to all entities. And hopefully we'll hear some more information. I'll be able to update. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Sycamore. You're on mute.
Muted.
I think after 5 years, I did not have that problem. I just wanted to send a special thank you to everyone who's been involved in all of my emails as far as getting our SMD here in 1B03 cleared of the snowcrete, especially Miss Randy Thorpe, who's with DPW. It's been absolutely wonderfully responsive, and I really want to thank every single one of the residents who've emailed me and emailed all of us to try to keep us on top of and keep us responsible and responsive for the snow. Your patience and your grace has been absolutely wonderful, and I really appreciate it. One thing at a time. I know that garbage is coming, so please just be patient with us. We're all working for you, and I promise we are doing our best.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, we shall move into fun stuff. First duty we have tonight, which I will not make take any longer than it needs to, is the appointment of our committee chairs for 2026. Every January, we open the process for committee chairs. Commissioners and community members are welcome to apply. And in February, we make the appointments for the rest of the year. We have 6 committees, and as luck would have it, we have 6 applicants to fill those committee chair roles. So I think this should be fairly easy. So I will sort of dispense with laborious procedure. And if we can just go committee by committee, I will be making nominations on behalf of the executive committee, and then the commission can vote to approve or reject each nomination. I think that's the fastest way to go through. Any objection to that process? Seeing none. We can begin with the Committee on Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Regulations, and the Executive Committee is nominating Commissioner Stephen Hanrahan as the chair. And is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's technically a motion on behalf of 4 commissioners, so I don't think it really needs a second, but we'll take it. Any debate or discussion anyone wants to have on that point? Commissioner Kenzak, and we're going to do the lightning round.
Yeah, I just want to thank him for everything he's done again. He's done an amazing job, and really looking forward to another year with him. Thank you for everything, Commissioner Hanrahan.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenzak. That's very nice. Very heartfelt.
Going to get him to sign the 5-year contract. Anything else on Commissioner Hanrahan's nomination? If not, all those in favor, and in fact, can we try something tonight? Maybe a little tedious. I love you guys. If you could come off your camera when you're voting throughout the night. We have a little issue where I do prefer the Zoom hands, but if you're off camera, your Zoom hand is not displayed in YouTube, and especially on larger votes, it's nice if your vote is recorded. So if you could, each time we vote, so maybe just keep your camera on for the next 3 minutes because we're going to do all these nominations really quickly.
So, sorry, you
that
said
would help.
come off camera. What you're actually
I mean,
saying
come
is
on
please be
camera.
on camera.
Did I say off?
You said off. Turn your camera on.
You turn your camera on. Sorry. Be visible, please, when you're voting. Even though you're voting with your Zoom hand, your camera needs to be on so that YouTube displays you in the recording. That said, we're moving into voting. Now would be a good time to come on your camera. Turn your camera on if you're a commissioner. Hello, Aaron. Nice to see you. And all those in favor of Commissioner Hanrahan's nomination as chair of ABCR, please raise your Zoom hands.
What is this witchcraft of making me come on camera, but then making me raise Zoom hands? I'm not.
You can also, yeah, but it's just easier for me to count them in the column as opposed to on the screen because the little boxes move and it's
stress.
insane. Stress.
Technology is hard.
Technology is hard.
But he nailed it, Aaron. You nailed it.
Do I have 8 votes, y'all?
No, Aaron put his hand down again.
All right, and mine went down even though I didn't ask it to. This is insane. All right, 9 votes in favor, carries unanimously. Thank you very much. You are confirmed, Commissioner Hanrahan. Next, we can move on to the Committee on Community Engagement. Our applicant here was committee member Al Wilkins. I don't believe he's with us tonight, although if I'm wrong and I'm just not seeing you in the audience, Al, please raise your hand.
I'm scanning.
Oh, shoot, man. I muted you. I'm so dumb. Sorry. I was trying to mute Aaron and I muted Matt. All right.
Miguel, I appreciate the support for making me feel better about the technology. It's appreciated.
So Al Wilkins has been a member of the Community Engagement Committee. He's a star. He earned my eternal admiration when he volunteered all day at Shakespeare in the Park and Malcolm X Park. He comes highly recommended by many who have worked with him, including outgoing CE Chair Mike Hewling. I think we could not recommend him highly enough. If anyone has anything absolutely essential to add, now is your time. But I'm nominating on behalf of the Executive Committee Al Wilkins for the Chair of Community Engagement.
Again.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to say anything? Seeing none, all those in favor of Al Wilkins for Chair, please raise your Zoom hands. And that's 9. We have unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Wilkins is confirmed. Next, the Committee on Economic Development. Our illustrious Chair, Commissioner Fay, has reapplied. He does yeoman's work in guiding the committee, as well as being our secretary and many other things. Glad you're still willing to stay in the arena. I formally nominate him on behalf of the Executive Committee. Second. Thank you very much. All those in favor of Commissioner Fay.
I lost my mouse.
Oh, what? Wow, conveniently. All those in favor, Zoom hands up, please. And I have 9. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Commissioner Fay is confirmed as Economic Development Chair. In the Committee on Public Safety, our nominee is Commissioner Francois Barrio, returning for another season. I nominate him on behalf of the Executive Committee.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of his appointment to public safety, please raise your hands. And that's 9. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Commissioner Barrio back on top. And finally, we've got the Committee on Transportation, Parks, and Public Space. Commissioner Holden reprising his glorious role. I formally nominate you on behalf of the Executive Committee. Matt Fay should second it. It's only fair.
Second.
Oh, second.
Yeah,
All those in
second.
favor of Commissioner Holden for chair of TPPS? And we've got 9, also unanimous. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Zoning Preservation and Development was on the next page. I didn't see it down there. Poor Christian. And Christian Brandt, who has done a superb job this year, has volunteered to come back and do another year. Very, very glad. Dear neighbor and friend, I nominate you on behalf of the Executive Committee.
Second.
Oh, you beat me.
All right.
You
All those in
mother-
favor of Christian Brandt, Season 2, please raise your Zoom hands. And that's 9, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. And we have our team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve the community. And thank you for always sending your agendas and minutes on time. That being done, we can go to the next item, which is just an FYI, a PSA to the community. We are about to post the job description for ANC 1B's outreach consultant. This is to replace Raisa, who worked with us last year. We have retooled the job description slightly, about to give it final approval, and it'll be on our website and in our newsletter. It is quite a part-time position, but it will be an excellent position for someone, especially probably who lives nearby and loves walking around and making contacts for the commission. We're hoping, aside from some work on the newsletter, social media, and our website, that this person will also help us on the ground, getting out the word about the ANC, making connections with business owners who may not know that the ANC exists, establishing relationships with schools where they don't exist now, and other organizations that operate in the commission area. So if you're a people person and you love to get your steps in, this is a good role for you. Please consider sharing it with your networks when it comes out in the newsletter. And that's it from me. Any other executive officers' reports? Aaron, are we good?
We're good. We're going to need to do the QFR next time. So I'll distribute the quarterly financial report, but otherwise we're in good shape.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. We can move on to new business. The first thing up is from TPPS, a letter of support for the annual Rock and Roll Marathon. Commissioner Holden, if you want to speak briefly to it, please go ahead, and be aware that Diane is in the audience to answer any questions. Diane, you can unmute yourself and hop in whenever you like. Commissioner Holden, go ahead.
Yeah, so we had a presentation from Diane at our January ANC meeting, or TPPS meeting, where she just went over when the marathon is happening and kind of the impacts to the ANC. There's no direct impacts, just kind of indirect from street closures and no parking nearby. So like on Columbia Road and kind of like north of us. So residents might be impacted by that and might have to like drive a different way if they're going somewhere, but no streets and no parking restrictions within the ANC itself. We passed a similar letter in previous years, just kind of stating our support for the race, and send it to the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency within DC that kind of coordinates the big events. Pretty simple.
Okay, very good. Diane, if you want to add anything, you can come off mute now.
No, he covered everything. I'm just repeat the fact that there's no closures directly in the ANC, but I know with closures across the city, folks trying to get around would be impacted. Just remind your constituents that all the street closures are uploaded in Waze in Google Maps that morning. So if they do have to get around and they want to know where not to go, they can find information there.
Great.
That's it. Thank you.
Yep, and the race is on March 21st.
It's a Saturday morning. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Great.
And just quick question, Diane, how many people are you expecting, both in terms of runners and then also in terms of volunteers?
Wow, I know there's 13,000 runners in the half. We have about 3,500 in the 5K, which you won't see in your ANC, or they kind of stick downtown. Volunteers, their numbers are pretty strong. We always need volunteers, as you know. It's a huge, covering 13.1 miles in the city. So if anyone's interested, the Rock and Roll website has a link for volunteers, groups, schools, things like that. Then I'm not sure of the number. I can't give you the number offhand, unfortunately. I just don't know that number.
That's great, though. I was excited about the crowd, so that sounds like a good turnout, and congratulations.
Yeah, we'll hope for good weather, cool weather.
Mhm.
But thank you.
Yeah, so I move that we send a letter of support.
A second.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Sorry, we've had bad news. The Zoom hands don't display on YouTube. We haven't realized this for months and months, apparently. So,
We keep not realizing it.
in the interest of great transparency, and yeah, I know it's our constituents reached out. In the interest of great transparency, we're going to switch back to the method I like the least, which is raising your physical hands instead. So, all those in favor, let's give it a roll, give it a whirl. All those in favor of the letter of support, please raise your physical hand. Yeah, someone did that just to spite me. And that's 9. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to get good at this.
I'm going to get
Thank
a
you,
yellow
Diane.
glove, though, just to make it, really official.
Okay. That being said, we have a couple ABCR items on our agenda. Let's go first to the potential settlement agreement with Bunker. Let me know, Commissioner Hanrahan, Commissioner Fay, who wants to take point here.
Just really quick, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had a community member message me that they missed the community announcements, and they asked if they could possibly speak, and I said I'd have to ask you.
We can sneak in a quick one. Let's take care of these ABCR matters first, if you don't mind.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Is it someone? Just have them put their hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
I'll let
conveying.
Commissioner Fay discuss the Bunker settlement agreement.
Great.
Very good.
Yeah, Bunker, which is one of our licensed nightclubs located at the corner of, actually the northeast corner of 14th and U, had their license renewal. There were a few issues that we wanted to make sure that we were working through with them. Had some great visits with them, got a chance to know the owners, got a chance to see the establishment firsthand. They've done some really tremendous work. Excited that they're a part of the community. We were able to work through a settlement agreement. Commissioner Hanrahan, do you have that settlement agreement, or is that one that I need to pull up?
I think you had that.
I do. So we have a settlement agreement that we have negotiated with them. I am going to pull that up here, and I'm sorry that I did not have it ready to go. I forgot that it was not in the, sorry, that it was not actually in the agenda packet. So give me 1 second here. It is mostly our standard, agreement, where we have taken out some things that were not relevant to them, added a couple of things that were relevant to them. And I'd say, although I want Commissioner Hanrahan to speak for this as well, that we feel good about where we landed with them, very good where we landed with them, and we appreciate their partnership. So I am moving that the commission approve the settlement agreement with Bunker. As Stephen scrolls all the way to the bottom, Commissioner Hanrahan, sorry, what you'll see is that it's already been signed by Bunker, Bunker owner. And so we are just looking for the counter signature. We will then send this to ABCA, which will then lead to a review and ultimately withdrawal of our protest.
Okay.
So
I second.
Thank you very much. Having been part of this team and done the site visit and walkthrough with Commissioner Fay, I feel very good about this agreement. I want to lift up Commissioner Fay for sticking with this one through many, many rounds and some continuances and the gap over the holidays. And it's been going for a minute, but it landed in a really solid place. Thanks in part to definitely making an in-person connection, which is always very helpful, and spending time and understanding the investments and physical upgrades that certain establishments have made to make their operations seamless and hopefully nuisance-free for nearby neighbors. So this is a case we want to celebrate. Anyone else before we move to vote? All right. All those in favor of the settlement agreement as presented with Bunker, please raise your physical hands. We've got, I'm going to scream 9, and it's unanimous. Thank you very much. 2 commissioners, and 1 commissioner's daughter. I'm
Commissioner
just going
Lemon
to assume.
is that
It's
voting by
Elmo.
proxy, would you say?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of options. So as the votes continue, we might get some more alternatives.
We got a lot coming up. You might need to get creative. We can move on to the second ABCR matter, which is application for substantial change from Asifu's Palace. Commissioner Hanrahan, go ahead.
Yes, I actually drafted this. I don't know if it made it into the agenda, but this is a draft transmittal regarding the application for substantial change. The applicant is the Yegna Restaurant and Lounge, a trade name of Asufu's Palace. It's a Class C tavern. It's located at 1920 9th Street Northwest, SMD 1B02. The licensee is requesting an increase in total occupancy load from 38 to a new total occupancy load of 69. And so in some of the discussion at the committee, some of the natures came out were this is within the North Shore moratorium zone. The address does abut the residential houses of 9.5 Street, which have documented ongoing trash and noise concerns with the establishments on 9th Street, especially in regards to trash disposal, rodent control. In 2022, the applicant was issued a cease and desist order from ABCA for transferring their license for third-party use without board approval. And there is no existing settlement agreement with the establishment's addressees or any other community association. So therefore, ANC, I motioned that the recommendation for the committee was that ANC 1B protest the license application for peace, order, and quiet in all applicable grounds.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. I've got a hand from Frank Chauvin. Go ahead, unmute.
Yes, just a quick statement. Thank you for your supporting or your potential support on the protest as recommended by the alcohol/ABCR committee. Just a quick addendum to Commissioner Hanrahan's comment. And the problem here is also displayed on 9th Street explicitly. I believe I'm correct, and I'm pulling it up as I speak. But both sides of this establishment have residential homes. So there's a complication here that isn't well addressed either under zoning or the ABCA code. All right. Because there's no zoning entertainment. There's no zoning allowance for folks to push back and saying, I don't want people hanging in front of my house all night. And I think if anybody here listening wouldn't want people hanging in front of their house all night next door, or, the overflow. So there's nothing in the code, in the zoning code, that can help the poor folks that live on the side residentially. However, this committee, the ABCR committee, and this board, or excuse me, this commission can ask for enumeration and further review of this request for increased occupancy. This commission and our ABCA committee have never pressed on the issue of opposing 1 or 2 or 5 or 100 and 200 in some instances increase in occupancy. And so I'm asking my colleagues on the committee, and I'm asking for the great weight and understanding by commissioners to really review an allowance that is appropriate. And if this one isn't, because it sits next to 2 houses, then to weigh in on this matter. So I appreciate your time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for that comment.
All right. Anyone else?
There's another hand up as well. Jonathan Rube.
That's the community announcement waiting.
Oh, good. Sorry, Stephen,
Okay.
one nitpicky question. I'm super sorry. Any reason why we're not using the standard protest letter? do we have any concerns that the non-standard protest letter will have any issues being received by ABCA?
Not sure. I wanted to write it out so I'm not just winging it all the time, and I thought that was helpful. But I'm interested in living and learning and finding out what happens. But I'm not sure to that answer.
I like the spirit of it.
I'm sure it doesn't matter that much.
It is based on our standard template.
Oh, yeah, it's all there. Okay,
so all the
great.
information is
Oh,
there.
yeah.
I've just kind of expanded on some of the reasons for it and also adding like a context kind of clause.
That's great. That covers the bases.
The letter resolution hybrid. New species has been discovered. Frank, I see you have a follow-up. Very quickly, please.
Yes, on this template, on the checkbox and before us, on this 4-line Excel chart, what's missing is overconcentration as found in the moratorium. And I find that to be a very severe omission. And I appreciate consideration, and I'll talk about it in the next alcohol committee meeting. But grounds of overconcentration is, in fact, very important for many folks in the community, but explicitly and importantly for the moratorium zone. So thank you.
It could be a whereas clause on the first page, right? Pretty easily.
That could be there as well. I think there was a reference to within the boundaries of the moratorium zone here. But I think we also did, we go back and forth on this, but sometimes we discuss that new applications, overconcentration is a grounds for new applications, but not substantial changes. But we can talk about that in the committee meeting, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can consider it incorporated there. All those in favor of adopting the letter? In fact, Stephen, can you stop sharing your screen, please? Right. Thank you. All those in favor, hands up. Commissioner Poe. Thank you very much. It's unanimous. Letters adopted. Much appreciated. That's all we've got from ABCR. Okay. Next on the agenda, before we hear a motion, we're moving on to the parade of comp plan and zoning related resolutions.
Don't forget about Mr. Group.
Sorry. Oh my God. As I did already. Jonathan, you are enabled to unmute and speak. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Thank you for letting me jump back in. I apologize. I did not realize. Sorry, I thought it was at the end. My name is Jonathan Ruby. I am the owner of Revolt DC, and we are relocating to now the 11th and U, which the commissioner or director talked about earlier with APCA. That's coming in the pipeline next week, which will be Icon DC / 11 DC. I just want to introduce myself and invite any of the members whenever you would like to come do a tour. I'm looking to work closely with ANC. I've already spoke with Stephen and with Jamie as well. And I think I met who did I met someone the other night. I don't see his name on here, but he popped away. Anyways, just want to introduce myself and say hi and thank you for your time. And I've been watching the meetings and trying to learn how the ANC process works. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for coming and introducing yourself. I think you were at our committee of the whole meeting as well last week or so, which I appreciate.
Yes.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank Jonathan. I think I owe you a response, and we'll get that to you shortly about that, setting up a time for that walkthrough.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's a great space. If you get a chance, definitely get a chance to look at it before it gets packed.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So moving into the zoning and comp plan related resolutions, we have Commissioner Barrios on the docket first. I wanted to say a couple words before we head into the debate on the resolution proper. This one obviously has been circulating through our commission and its committees for several months. I'm excited to consider it this evening. There have been concerns raised at multiple points from an ethics perspective as to Commissioner Barrio's employer. It's something we considered in November, and we postponed our discussion on the resolution by a month to make sure that we had engaged Bega in doing a thoughtful and proper review from their expertise, and we had a conclusive determination from Bega that there was no ethical issue with our considering the resolution and with Commissioner Barrio's participation in that debate and the vote on the resolution. That letter from Bega is available on our website. I think I distributed it our last meeting or the one before, just for everyone's reference to make sure that we're on the same page about that. I do think it is, of course, proper and fair for us to debate the merits of the resolution. It's even proper and fair for people to not like where ideas come from that get put into certain resolutions. I think that's fine for us to discuss tonight, though I do hope we focus mostly on the merits and the substance of the resolution. But I think it would be best if we don't rehash that debate on the narrow ethics principles, since we are not competent to decide that, and the agency that is competent to decide that has taken a look and given us a green light on those grounds. I would also point out, before we go, and I'll come to you in a second, Commissioner Sycamore, I would also point out that we have these two resolutions this evening related to the comprehensive plan. Following them, I'm introducing a resolution to create a special committee to focus on the comprehensive plan. It's going to be a forum for the three committees that are most involved in the comprehensive plan, which is transportation, zoning, and economic development, to meet more informally and more frequently to formulate recommendations for this commission to refer onward to OP as they go into the process of drafting the comprehensive plan. So the resolutions you see tonight are certainly not the end of our work. In fact, it's really just the very, very beginning on things related to the comprehensive plan, on important topics, yes, like housing and affordability, but also transit planning and the future of 1B, the arts overlay, zoning, density, all those questions will be hashed out in that special committee, and then they will come back to the commission once the special committee provides its report out to us. So this is not the end of our journey here. If you're interested in participating in the conversations on the comprehensive plan, please pay attention as we discuss the resolution, creating the special committee. And then if you'd like to serve on the special committee, you can reach out to one of the three committee chairs who will be facilitating it if it's approved this evening, and more details to come. Wanted to set that context and framework. Yes.
And Chair, I just want to clarify, those meetings will also be public, right? So you know,
deeply.
Let's plug it because we got a lot of people here tonight. All
Right.
of those meetings will be public, and the goal of this is to have as much input from the public as possible to help shape and inform the recommendations that would come back to the commission.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're trying to expand the reach of what those three committees normally do on their own. Again, allow them to meet a little more informally, much more frequently, and invite experts in and sort of cross-fertilize and hear from people that maybe don't normally come to our committee meetings. Since this is a topic that's so important, of course, this will guide the next 20 years of development in DC and the shape of what life looks like in the 1B Commission area. That said, Commissioner Sycamore, you had a comment there?
Yeah, I had a point of inquiry. I just recently was informed that there was a FOIA request, and there's been some new information on that FOIA request regarding the relationship with Commissioner Barrio and his employer and some of their special interests. And there has been a new ethics complaint filed with BEGA. So I'm wondering the merits of that, if it should go forward. And if that's, I'm not sure how to proceed with that. If Commissioner Barrio is willing to recuse himself from this vote, or if he wants to possibly put this off again. But there is, from what I've been told, is an open ethics investigation filed with BEGA.
As far as I'm aware, the new investigation was just a re-upping of the old one, and BEGA was aware of the FOIA when it came out of OANC at the end of last year. So there was no new information that was presented in that email that went back to BEGA, as far as I'm aware of. I can only see what I've been copied on. But there was no, it wasn't a new complaint, and it wasn't based on new information that we didn't have at the end of the year.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I can double check.
I can confirm that's not accurate. There has been another Vega complaint put in 2026. But again, I don't think that that should have bearing on this, us debating this. I do think that it would be a smart idea at this point, if we were to move forward, that Commissioner Barrio recuse himself from the vote.
That's always an option. There's no sort of ethical, statutory, mandatory reason that he would need to do that, because Vega has determined that there's no direct financial interest as defined in law. So there's no obligation on him to recuse himself or not be involved in the decision making in that way. So that said,
Just as a note, Chairperson,
yeah.
Bega complaints can be submitted, but it is up to Bega to identify if it's worth an investigation. So even though something may have been submitted, it doesn't mean that it's going to go through. So the ruling that they have now is what stands, and Commissioner Barrio does not have to recuse himself.
That's correct. At the last, and the first time this issue was raised, we delayed our consideration of this resolution out of an abundance of caution. Again, not because Vega had said anything was untoward. We just wanted to give them time to review properly, which they did, and they gave us an all clear, which still stands at this point. Comments briefly, please, Commissioner Kenzik.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to keep mine really quick, and Commissioner Kenzik, I'm sorry to jump ahead. I've authored through my committee a second resolution. I think we've spent a lot of time talking about Commissioner Barrio's employment and the hard work that he has done, both in his regular job and on this particular document. I think we've got an outpouring of community interest. I would really love for this commission to be able to hear public input. I'd love for this commission to be able to have the conversation. I'd love for us to be able to talk about this topic, as I think it's important. So I just want to put that out there, and I'd love for us to be able to move forward and start the work of hearing from the public and deliberating and discussing and reaching some decisions.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify for the record, I never said that he had to abstain. I just said I think I, for one, would feel more comfortable, but I think that a lot of the public with their concerns, I think that would put a lot of people at ease. So it was a simple just suggestion, wasn't saying he had to. I want to clarify that, Vice Chair Harris. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That being clarified, I'd love to move into the discussion of the resolution. Commissioner Barrio, would you like to move it so we can start debate?
Yes, thank you. I would like to move that ANC 1B adopt a resolution urging gentle density throughout the District of Columbia.
Second.
We have a second. And just to be clear, there are two resolutions related to zoning and the comprehensive plan. They have very similar names. So if you're following along in the agenda packet, please be careful that you're seeing the correct one. Commissioner Barrio has also put his resolution up on the screen, which I appreciate. In your agenda packet, this one appears on page 22. Commissioner Barrio, you can go ahead and take your 2 minutes. I assume you'd like to have them first?
If that's all right. Yes, let me just adjust my screen because I am trying to, yep. Okay, everyone can see the resolution right now?
You're good. A little bit of zoom might be a nice idea, but we can see it.
Let's see. I'm just going to zoom in on the resolved clauses here. All right. Well, yeah, I wanted to say I'm excited to be here tonight to discuss how the comprehensive plan can unlock family-sized housing for tens of thousands of DC residents, potentially. No matter how you measure it, DC faces a crushing housing shortage right now. And contrary to some of the emails, I'm putting forward this resolution not because I care about developers, but because I care about housing affordability. And I care about preventing the displacement that flows directly from a lack of homes. Housing is a game of musical chairs, and when there aren't enough chairs, those of us with the least resources are left standing out in the cold, while the rest of us fight harder to hold on to a seat. When I first proposed this resolution 6 months ago, it looked very different. Since then, I've spoken with commissioners, committee members, and community members and made changes. The resolution now promotes historic districts and asks the Office of Planning to explore how financial incentives, such as property tax abatements, could support income-restricted units. At its core, though, the idea here is simple. We should allow homeowners to add gentle density in the form of family-sized housing, end a legacy of exclusionary zoning that perpetuates segregation, and embrace DC's history as a dense, walkable, vibrant row house city. To those who say this doesn't affect ANC 1B, it does. As one of the more than 14 constituents who emailed in support of this resolution over the past week have pointed out, 1B includes many RF zones where accessory dwelling units are currently illegal to build new. More broadly, ANCs are charged with considering the best interest of the District of Columbia as a whole. When high opportunity, high demand areas fail to meet their housing targets, costs do rise everywhere, including in ANC 1B. To those worried about displacement, I share that concern, which is precisely why I'm advocating this resolution. Portland's residential infill project, a model that this resolution closely resembles, did not result in disproportionate development in neighborhoods with displacement risk. Quite the opposite, new middle housing is selling for roughly $300,000 less than new detached homes. To close, I hope the commission will form a comprehensive plan task force to pass more resolutions that address other angles of this problem. I know we share the same goal of making DC an affordable place to live, and I think gentle density is a very strong place to start. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Holden on deck. 2 minutes, please.
Great. Thanks, Chair. I just want to thank Commissioner Barrio for all his hard work on this resolution. He introduced this several months ago, engaged with the committees, engaged with the other commissioners, engaged with residents. And I do think a substantial amount of changes have occurred. While there were more specifics on specific requirements for rear yards and other things that are probably best left up to planners and the zoning experts, I think we've kind of made it more high level and just simply said, allowing more housing, allowing row houses by right everywhere, allowing more units, more than just one single family attached housing in a dense walkable city like Washington, D.C. is what we should be striving for. I live in a row house, and my row house, even though it's quite small, was very expensive. It shouldn't have cost $1 million for me to live in a 1,300 square foot house. This house was built in 1885. We need to build more houses like it if we're going to reduce the cost of houses like this. There are places in the city where we could do this that would make houses like mine exist in more places and be cheaper because there are more of them. I think 1B is great. I think the city is great. I think when more people live in DC, it's better for all of us. It's better for our schools. It's better for our small businesses. And every unit we build within the city helps reduce sprawl out in suburbia. You don't have to build as many houses way out in Loudoun, past Dulles, and Fauquier County, if we can build more houses here in DC. So I really support this, and I hope the commission does too.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Fay up next.
Yeah, no, thank you. Lot of great emails today that were coming in from, and actually over the course of the whole week with folks who were emailing with, broad support. I think the thing that caught my attention was that almost all of the emails that came in were talking about affordability. And folks saying, look, we've got to have more affordability, more affordable housing. A really big push to put more family-sized housing, and people talking about the opportunity to buy and live and to grow a family in the district. And then, a big push to make all of the wards essentially carry their fair share of development, and a big focus on Ward 3. We need more housing. We have a housing affordability crisis. I love our walkable Ward 1. I love the idea of organized density, right? I don't like the idea of things kind of all over the place. I like things organized around transit corridors, around economic hubs, so we're supporting businesses. The problem is that what I heard from the community was, we want affordability, we want Ward 3 to carry their fair share, and we want family-sized housing. And Commissioner Barrio's resolution doesn't do any of those things. It talks a lot about those things in the whereas clauses, right? It talks about those being problems, but nowhere in the language does it actually support those things. The last thing I'll say is that through this process, I've learned that there are bigger forces with more resources and more reach than the ANC. If we are not clear about what we're asking for, other people are going to interpret this broad language for us. And they're going to say, well, what ANC really meant was. So I want us to be careful about what language we adopt tonight. And I wanted to accomplish the goals that we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Commissioner Fay. Commissioner Sycamore is next up.
I believe Commissioner Kensick was up.
He's got his hand down now, so take it away.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, really quickly. Commissioners, constituents, and guests, I speak tonight in opposition to this resolution. Over the past month since Commissioner Barrio first proposed this resolution, we as a commission and as a community have been divided. In good faith, myself and other commissioners have met with the commissioner to express our concerns, offer new language and alternative solutions to address the real concerns that members of this commission, members of the Economic Development Committee, members of the community, and housing advocates have all expressed, and it has fallen on deaf ears. The chief concern among this has been the absence of language in this resolution itself, related to the affordability and displacement and the squandering of voices of people who have elected us into office by removing the great weight of the ANC, which shape our neighborhoods. The affordability is only addressed in the whereas clauses, not even in the resolution itself. In the past 3 years, DC has built more housing, and the cost of homes, despite the supply, has not been brought down. The cost has only gone up. Also, the great weight of the ANC is a great concern, as developers will have free reign for the by right development of any property in the district with no guarantee of affordability or deeply affordable housing, and taking away the voice of the residents who've called DC home for generations. Only recently has there been a few emails of support for this resolution, which from my observation has been people from involved with or linked with Greater Washington who have been recruited and trained, which according to ONC guidance has not been allowed, and have had a heavy hand in shaping this resolution. And also with AEI, a conservative think tank for which Commissioner Barrio is an employee and has a deep influence on this resolution, and is currently lobbying the council on this very issue, which has been revealed in the light of a FOIA request. AEI has a deep history of displacing Black and brown neighbors from their neighborhoods, and this should not stand. That being said, I also believe Commissioner Barrio is proposing a resolution that is beyond the breadth and scope of ANC 1B. Even in its title, it says throughout the District of Columbia, I'm almost done, which implies the policy is beyond the borders of ANC 1B. As cited by many housing advocates, this resolution, if adopted by ANC 1B and other ANCs around the city, would make its ultimate goal into the comp plan rewrite, which will displace and have a negative impact, not here in the ANC 1B, but in communities, in ward communities in 5, 7, and 8. Meaning that this resolution should be a
We're going
moot
to slide
issue.
on to the next speaker in accordance with our. You can come back around
okay.
for a second comment if you like, but we have agreed to be strict.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Lemon Strauss, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. Sorry. I'm really glad we're having this conversation. I know it feels a little fraught, and there's a lot of like energy, and some of it doesn't feel all positive. But I think this is a really important conversation. Like, it's exactly sort of what ANCs exist for. I think to some extent is that like local neighbors get together and have a discussion about like, so what do we want in our community? And I think that I guess I was particularly heartened by Matt's comments, where I think he really took to that perspective, which is to say, look, we want more housing, and we appreciate Francois's work on this. And, you know, Matt just comes out in a different spot. Obviously, you know, he has a different resolution. But sort of fundamentally, there's sort of agreement on the goal and the need, the problem. The problem is housing is too expensive. Broad agreement, we need more housing is the best way to sort of bring down housing costs in a politically reasonable world. I mean, obviously, there's a different world that some of us might support where like the government might be building up, but in a sort of today's world, the sort of main way that we're going to bring down housing costs is more housing. And so then you're just sort of into this sort of the details, which obviously matter, but the implementation details of like, well, how do you get more housing with the goal of it being more affordable? So not more housing just for my housing's sake, but more housing with the goal of it being affordable. I'm not an expert on that. I don't, I don't actually know the answer to that question. But I'm heartened by sort of what feels like a strong majority on this ANC, even if we may end up in different spots in these two resolutions, that believes in the basic principles of we need more affordable housing and we need more housing in order to get there. And so I plan to vote for this resolution because it offers a path to do that, and it offers a sort of coherent way to get us there. And I would not choose to be on or accept a position on, not having been offered, and as an actual planner or as an actual board member of that. But as a community member, I want there to be more housing. I want to be able to have more neighbors. I want it to be more livable. And this offers a plausible path for us to get there. And so I plan to support it.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Commissioner Kenzik.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Barrio, I do appreciate everything you have done, genuinely and sincerely, taking the time to meet with me separately and to discuss some of the concerns of my constituents and my own. I just want to lay out facts. So fact, this is gentle density resolution. There's nothing gentle about this resolution, number one. Fact, building more housing in cities and coming from New York City does not lower costs for other units or other housing. Fact. Infrastructure will go up, meaning to support this overall structure of this gentle density resolution. As I've mentioned before, all of us on this call, including the 70 people in the audience, all of our taxpayer dollars will go up. Fact. The affordability, whereas in his whereas clause in this resolution, affordability is talked about. I love that. Great. Family size housing. Great. Sounds amazing. Ward 3, more housing density. Wow, we're off to a great start. But then when I read the resolution, there's no mention of any of those three. Not one mention of any of those. Again, affordability. We're all talking about that. That's what we all want. So to me, when you're looking at this as a whole, where are those components back in the resolution? I don't understand that. Fact, AEI, the Board of Developers, which does employ Commissioner Barrio, their entire board is all previous developers who have built very large buildings here in Washington, D.C. I'm not going to waste my time going through them, but I just simple Google search, people. AEI, look it up. Fact, last thing, and I'll wrap it up because I know we're going to have a long list here. Again, I want to go for the record and say, although Greater Washington promotes what sounds like a terrific message in mission and inclusivity, and while many of their volunteer contributors do not have their heart and intentions in the right place, they do have their heart, excuse me. It must be known that Greater Washington is simply a well-organized, developer-backed lobbying organization. Developer-backed lobbying organization. With that said, I just want people to keep in mind, AEI, the Board of Trustees, is all developers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have Commissioner Harris next.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Barrio, for taking the time to write this. I very much understand how difficult it is to bring together many opinionated people, especially when it comes to matters of zoning, the comp plan, and housing. I think one thing to note, developers develop both housing, whether that's defined as luxury, which is simply a marketing term, and affordable housing. So developers are a key piece in the housing market overall. I think a really good example of this resolution, which simply holds great weight, and it is not a legislative bill, we are not enacting anything here, is showing what happened in Austin. So Austin, Texas had a huge housing issue, a shortage on housing, and housing prices, rent, and even mortgages skyrocketed because so many people were moving to Austin and to Texas in general. So what Austin did was they enacted something very similar to what we're simply supporting here, not enacting, is something around gentle density, which allowed up to 3 housing units on lots previously zoned for single-family homes. They also enacted other reforms, which I'm happy to list out, but this allowed for 54,000 new housing units between 2018 and 2023, which then also helped to drop housing cost and rents 4% year over year, which is huge. I'll end it there because I only have 6 seconds, but I will be supporting this resolution, which is simply just a resolution, not a law.
Thank you, Commissioner. Secretary Fay, if you put 2 minutes on the board for me, please. I'd love to second what the Vice Chair said just there. This is a recommendation to the Office of Planning. And of course, they will conduct their internal process. And if they implement these recommendations, they will do so with specificity. So I think the concern that we're providing them input without specific direction is something that many of us have been urging Commissioner Barrio to do, in fact, to pull away a little bit from the specifics in the early version of this resolution, version 1. We are now in version 6, so plenty of work has gone into this collaboratively. This is the type of thing that serves as a signal to the Office of Planning that they need to work toward an ultimate outcome in the way that they, in their expertise, we hope, know best in terms of implementation. And of course, we'll be accompanying them as they develop the comprehensive plan all along the way. As I said at the outset, this is not the end of our work. We hopefully we'll be creating a special committee on the comprehensive plan. This document that we're looking at right now is about housing production, increasing housing production, which will create more types of housing and more opportunities for home ownership. That's starter homes for middle class, for families, for first-time homeowners. And that is a strategy toward affordability. It's a necessary strategy toward affordability in my view, but it's not a sufficient strategy toward affordability. There are definitely other tools to achieve housing affordability, and this commission must continue to advocate for them. It's one of the prime drivers behind the special committee that we're hoping to set up to look at different angles of affordability and different approaches toward it. I think doing one of these without the other is not sufficient. I'm proud to support this resolution. I think it's thoughtful. I think it relies on proven strategies that have worked in other cities. And I am very much engaged with the chairs of transportation and zoning and economic development in finding more ways to deliver affordability through the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Barrio, for the resolution. Happy to turn to Chair Brandt of the Zoning Committee for his views as well.
Hi, everyone. I want to echo what a lot of other folks have said, so I'm going to try not to duplicate that. I am excited about this resolution. I support it wholeheartedly. I think one thing that I just wanted to mention is that when Commissioner Barrio first came to the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee, there was quite a bit of feedback, including critical feedback, including from myself about things that we wanted to see changed in the resolution. And just speaking from my own personal opinion, this resolution is very different from the one that we first saw. Commissioner Barrio made a very good faith effort to engage with the critique and change the things that he felt that he could change within the context of the ultimate goal that he wanted to accomplish. There are some things that were in the original that are not in this one that I had, that if they were in this one, I'm not sure I would be excited about. But this current resolution, I think, represents a really sort of medium ground between lots of different competing interests. And at the same time, I think it does articulate a strong vision about having more housing in the district in general. I am really supportive of building more housing. I'm also really supportive of building more affordable housing. And I think that it's worth noting that a lot of these things get conflated with each other. But in most municipalities, these two, building housing and building affordable housing, happen in lockstep, but not simultaneously with each other. I'm really excited about the idea and all the interest that folks have in asking for more affordable housing through the comprehensive plan. And I certainly would be interested in working on resolutions with people to address those issues. I'm not sure that this resolution needs to accomplish everything in order to have it be worthwhile considering. So I'll just leave my comments at that.
Thank you very much, Christian. Jamie, you want me to come to you for a follow-up and then I can go into the audience, or should I circle back after them?
I'm going to ask.
I could just. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just ask a question. And I'm going to put the minute timer on, and I'm sorry to take my time. When we parted ways as a commission in January, there was an invitation to provide red line comments to Commissioner Barrio, which the Economic Development Committee did, with a significant investment of time. I am disheartened that no one on the commission emailed me to respond to any of those comments or questions. No feedback on the red lines. I am disheartened that Commissioner Barrio rejected almost all of them. As I said to Commissioner Barrio, though, this is how democracy works, right? If you don't want to compromise your position, you don't need to compromise your position. You just take it to the vote and the majority rules. I've heard at this point that the majority has it, right? So at this point, this group has essentially weighed in and said, we're at a point where we're ready to support this. We don't want to listen to any more information. I am wondering if it makes sense. I am not going to call the question, but I am going to kind of put the question to this group. Does it make sense for us to save the audience and the community a lot of time and energy by just saying minds are made up and we should just vote? But I'll put that to this group to decide.
There's 4 hands raised. I feel like we should let them talk.
Yeah, we're also bound by our own rules to have community input on our decisions. So let's at least run through the audience, the community questions or comments, if that's okay. Commissioner Sycamore,
really quick?
Do you want to? Yeah, let's put a minute on the clock for Commissioner Sycamore. But if commissioners would make way for community input, that'd be much appreciated. Go ahead.
Yep. And for the record, Commissioner Fay, you and I have been in contact a lot, so I hope you don't include me in that for the redlining discussion. Anyway, with everything that was being said, I believe Commissioner Barrio is proposing a resolution that is beyond the breadth and scope of ANC 1B. Even his title says throughout the District of Columbia, which implies it is beyond the borders of 1B. As cited by many housing advocates, this resolution, if adopted by ANC 1B and around 8 other ANCs in the city, would arrive to its ultimate goal into the comp plan rewrite and displace and negatively impact not our community here in ANC 1B, but communities in wards in 5, 7, and 8. Meaning that this resolution should be a moot issue and is beyond the bounds and the scope of ANC 1B authority and should be voted on and should not be voted on in this resolution. I, for one, will not be beholden to Greater Washington or any other conservative think tank such as AEI or any special interest group who wishes to thwart the voices of the community that I passionately represent. This resolution is riddled with special interests and is a cancer to our community. I ask you to please vote this down.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kenzik, can I go through the community members?
Let's go to the community. Let's go to the community. They've been patient.
Unless you've got like a question that's a follow-up, I'd rather go through the...
Let's go to the community.
Okay. I've got Pat Howard Chittum's. 1 second, let me enable you. Pat, you can unmute yourself.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you, Jerry. Jamie, I appreciate you. I used to be an ANC commissioner. My father was one of the first ANCs in 1B. ANC 1B was created to advocate for ANC 1B, not to act as moral authority for all of Washington, D.C. Yet this proclamation does exactly that. It speaks over other neighborhoods, over other ANCs, and over residents who live very different realities than what are represented here now. From a ward that is already disproportionate access to political attention, institutional power, this body is now intending to impose its worldview citywide without consent, without collaboration, and without accountability. That's not solidarity, that's paternalism. Let's talk about equity, honestly. Many ANCs across the city are fighting for basic necessities, safe streets, grocery stores, clean parks, reliable transit. And here you are. Instead of using your platform to redistribute attention or resources, you're spending your time issuing symbolic proclamations that have nothing to do with improving material condition. That's privilege dressed up like progress. This proclamation is not about justice. It is about paternalism. And this is not what you were brought to do. Wards 5, 7, and 8 will be disproportionately affected by this. And as a former commissioner for ANC 7B, this is outrageous. How dare you try to dictate to the rest of the city what we should and should not have? We are appalled at your paternalism and your savior complex. We don't need your help. Thank you.
Next, we have Tyrell Holcomb. You can unmute.
Good evening, fellow commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to be recognized. I'd like to share on behalf of 7F and as a native Washingtonian who grew up right here in Ward 7, I want to be clear about why this so-called general density approach raises concerns, real serious concerns for our communities here east of the river. Zoning changes that move development to a by right process do not feel neutral to neighborhoods like ours. They often mean less community voice, weaker ANC input, and fewer safeguards for long-standing residents who have already borne the brunt of speculative development and displacement. We also need to be honest about context. The majority of deeply affordable housing in this city has already been built in Wards 7 and 8. Comparing DC to other cities without acknowledging the imbalance is not an equitable comparison, and it risks repeating past mistakes. The reality is, if the goal here is truly shared responsibility, then it is fair to ask whether the same communities advocating these changes are also prepared to welcome other critical housing issues, including, but not limited to, reentry and supportive housing in their own neighborhoods. Housing justice is not just about producing more units. It is about protecting residents, preventing displacement, expanding home ownership, and ensuring communities have a real seat at the table. For ANC 7F, any housing policy must be community-driven, accountable, and rooted in fairness. This proposal does not meet that standard, and I hope that you all have a conscience and don't support it.
Thank you very much. We have Arlene. One moment. And you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. I want to also bring up the issue of by right. It's mentioned 3 times in this resolution in the therefore clauses, and by right means we won't have any community involvement. It's left up to the developers, and already in this resolution there are recommendations to change the zoning, floor area ratios, setbacks, height regulations. They're asking for exemptions and changes to those zoning regulations. So you're leaving that up to developers, not community input. The resolution also does not give any guarantees of affordability. I want to reiterate what a couple of the other commissioners have already said, that building more housing does not necessarily lower prices. So just the fact that we're building more doesn't mean it's going to be affordable. And finally, I also wanted to mention more housing wouldn't necessarily bring affordability, but government policy would make more affordability. We have to have strong government policies to ensure that we get affordability. We can't leave it up to the private sector. It just doesn't work. They're profit motivated, not community motivated. And finally, if you pass this resolution, you're cutting yourselves out of the decision-making process. By right means you have no say anymore. The community has no say. Our ANC is supposed to represent the community. Don't vote for this resolution when it says by right 3 times in the whereas clauses. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Appreciate it. We've got committee member Nyanyi on the line. You can unmute.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Nyani Hong. I live at 1334 Belmont Street, Northwest. I am a community member and a resident in 1B03. I'm here because I heard about Commissioner Barrio's gentle density resolution, and I strongly urge you to vote in favor. I support this because DC has a serious housing issue, and the economic evidence has confirmed that the only real solution is to build more housing, like described in this resolution. Other neighborhoods, particularly in wards 3 and 4, fall far short of their housing goals due to exclusionary single-family zoning and persistent NIMBY opposition, which makes it even more important for commissions like ours to lead. We are all part of the same regional housing market, and whether DC builds enough family housing affects all of us, and it affects the rents, prices, and housing opportunities for residents right here in 1B. When my partner and I were on the market to purchase a first starter home 2 years ago, we focused on wanting to live in a dense neighborhood, amenity rich like this one, and we would have loved having the additional options that this proposal would have brought. But housing options were really limited at the time, and this proposal would have given us a lot more options and would give more options to future homeowners like us. I particularly appreciate that this resolution is coming from our commission of one ANC 1B, transit rich, in which many people would love to live in, an example already of gentle density that can, of course, be improved. On our commute to and from work every day, I walk by a small 6-unit condo development that is being built, along with a current empty lot in which a modest development has also been proposed. I'm glad that this proposal will make these by right rather than go through a process that can slow down the building or add cost and time so that the projects get abandoned. In particular, that empty lot has been that way for about 10 years. Very few people, only those making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, can afford a full row home. Many, such as myself, can purchase small 2- and 1-bedroom condos like that were created from a large unit, and this resolution supports that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take Mike Hewling, if you want to come off mute.
Yep.
Sorry, I caught you by surprise there. Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you very much. I know a lot of hard work on all sides have went into this. Not to reiterate a lot of the points, but I really don't get this resolution. It mentions nothing about affordability. It mentions by right all the time. It's just, I'll be dead honest, it's a dumb resolution, and it's going to affect a lot of long-term residents in the district, and it makes me very sad, incredibly sad, that this ANC in such a proud area of the city would do such a thing. That's all.
Thanks very much. Next in the audience, we have Kai Hall. You can unmute.
Hello. Sorry if I sound a little hoarse. I'm getting over a cold here. I don't have prepared remarks, but I just wanted to say that I'm here to urge you to support the resolution. I've never testified at an ANC commission before, and this was enough to get me on. Just for context, I've heard a lot about displacing residents and preserving families here. My family's been in DC for over 90 years. My grandmother got her start down the street. I live at 2605 11th Street. I'm in SMD 1B09. My grandmother lived 2 blocks or 3 blocks down at 14th and Euclid and started her family there in an apartment building. And it is precisely because we have those housing options available that she was able to get her start here, and I was able to return 70 years later and be able to afford to live in this neighborhood. And any policy change that can be made to expand those options and expand the opportunity to live in such a great neighborhood, I think should be taken. I just want to note that this is an ANC resolution. It's not binding. It's not law. So I think anything you can do to indicate to OP that there is demand for more housing types, more housing options, and a more inclusive neighborhood, I would really urge you to do so. And I know me and my neighbors really care about this. We talk about it. We talk about rent and how unaffordable things are getting, and would really urge you to support this. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Kai. Thanks for taking the time. We've got Frank Chauvin next. You can unmute. You're on.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Beria, thank you for your hard work. You've engaged a commission area in this conversation, important to us, important to everybody here, important to everybody listening, and important to everybody in the country. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I stand to speak tonight as a member of the Economic Development Committee, and with at least 9 hours, if not 12 or 15 hours, as a committee member, having heard comments from our neighbors. They were predominantly affordable housing concerns. And it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, and the reason I'm speaking, we've been silent on affordability in this resolution. Our current housing system for affordability fails us, whether it's DCHA with 33% vacant units, or our IZ with its well-documented failures, and our federal LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit program, which is so rigid, it doesn't allow mixed-use communities. We have an obligation here to move this issue when we're giving away the by right zoning preference, okay, to expanding our housing, which is right. We should expand our housing, but at least move an inch, move our district, move 1B ahead a little bit by allowing for some affordability protections in this resolution, and I don't see it in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've got Alex Barker up next. You can unmute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Barker. I'm a condo owner with my wife in ANC 1B02. We live at 2101 11th Street Northwest. My wife and I feel so lucky to live in this neighborhood. We've been here about 5 years, and we absolutely love it. We want people of multiple ages and income brackets to be able to live here. And over the course of this evening, I've heard a lot of talk about affordability. I think everyone here agrees that is the name of the game. And I think there are probably a lot of different policy levers to achieve affordability. But I think that one of the most important levers is simply just adding to the supply. I think if we simply just hope the same steps that took us to this current housing crisis will continue to play out, that is probably not going to be sufficient. And so it's clear that some kind of change is probably warranted. Every day when I leave my apartment, I look at the Christian Tabernacle Church near our building, which over a year ago started a project to build 100% affordable units, and no progress has been made. And so I'm concerned that over time, what is often well-meaning community review actually acts to stymie the addition of new units. So I am very much in favor of the gentle density resolution. I want to see more people able to live here, and I really want to see progress made on the current housing crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have Laura Richards. You can unmute.
Hi. I would like to associate myself with the comments of my fellow Ward 7 residents who were, of course, very strongly opposed to this. I'll say only that it's not about affordability. I don't think anyone who's a proponent of this thinks this is about affordability. What it's going to do is destroy Black home ownership in the city. Those of us who already own homes are going to see our tax rates go up. We won't be able to afford to pay our taxes, and then new Black families will not be able to afford to move into the neighborhoods. This is a real travesty. I urge you to rethink this and certainly consider the impact, which is going to be the exact opposite of what you purport to be doing. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We've got Chris up next. You should be able to unmute.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Good to go.
Okay. My name is Chris Otten, former ANC commissioner in the neighborhood, 1C. I live up the block on Champlain Street. There's lots of gentle density going on right now. Lots of row homes being turned into multiple condo units. None of those units are getting cheaper. So I just want to hold the mirror up for a second to the folks in the room. Just take a look around the room. Okay. When I, as a white person in this city, Chocolate City, get sort of a warning, an alert from Black folks who've been here for a very long time, I kind of want to take a pause. And in fact, Commissioner Barlow has had 3 months of pause to hear even Black folks on the Economic Development Committee and on the Zoning Committee tell them this is not going to be good for people across the city. You know, the census doesn't lie. And I noticed that Greater Washington nor AEI post the census numbers that show over the last 2 decades of build more in this city, where we've had tens of thousands of Class A Studio 1 bedrooms come online. There's been 60,000 plus Black folks displaced from the city under that planning posture. So if that doesn't cause this commission to pause for a second, in fact, I'm hearing Chair Duramo, you're proud of this resolution. And I heard Mr. Brandt say he's excited. This is a planner saying he's excited about eliminating community input to get by right tear downs of single family homes to be replaced with market-based small apartment buildings, because it would be by right. There'd be no conversation like we had on Champlain Street with a developer to include an extra 2 or 3 or 4 IZ units in a project because we had that conversation, right? That would be gone. So I just have a question for the commissioners who are excited and proud of this. What is it about by right? In other words, eliminating ANC input.
We're moving on to the next speaker.
To get us this affordability that you all are claiming to stand on this soapbox for. Can anybody
Thank you very
explain
much.
that?
Thank you very much. I've got Christine Ostrowski. You're able to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this, and thanks for the time limit also. It's very good for us who are, making time for this. So I'm a resident of ANC 1B03. I live in an 8-unit condo near U Street. And before that, it was in a group house in Petworth on a street that was mostly not white. So I was super aware that I was one of the many young white individuals who was contributing to displacement of longtime residents on the street by moving into single family homes that were meant for families because there wasn't other housing. Young people moved to DC for jobs, they take up housing. 3 years later, a multi-unit building was built near the Petworth Metro stop, and my roommate moved out of the group house and into that apartment. And I thought there was a really interesting example of a way in which you build new housing that prevents displacement. People move there instead of displacing someone else from their home. One new housing unit built means one fewer family displaced. So DC is currently experiencing one of the highest displacement rates in the country. I'm actually not a fan of more people to moving DC. I wish there was a way to stop people from moving to DC, but there's no way to do that. But there is a way to make sure that Black residents aren't displaced, build more housing units in areas that are suffering from high demand so that no one gets kicked out of their neighborhood. If things like this gentle density resolution had been passed sooner, neighborhoods like Petworth, Shaw, and U Street, I think would not have experienced such intense displacement in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have Peter Wood. You can unmute.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Peter Wood. I'm a commissioner in ANC 1C, so neighboring commission. It's obviously not a resident of 1B, but I'm going to share some unsolicited comments just on our process behind similar issues and take it for you well. I don't want to comment too much on the specific subject matter because it gets into hours and hours of discussion. Anyone who's been in comp meeting plans in the past knows that it goes on and on, and everyone's comparably valid views on displacement and demographics and city change end up taking a lot of time. And I'm not sure if that is the purview of every single commission to always do at every single meeting. Well, last night, coincidentally, our commission passed for the second time support for a project which would do something similar to this, which is change some properties from being single family homes that I think are destitute and not occupied to having multiple tenants in them. We've seen other places that have this as well, and I don't have the data available, but anecdotally has seen actually a lot of the spots where the diversity of the commission has gone up are places where that density has gently increased. But my real comments here is just more generally, and I think the commissioners have pointed this out, and we deal with it like many commissions do, that we don't write the law, we're commissioners, and even if we were to go to some utopia or maybe dystopia where a resolution passed by a commission were to somehow convince the Office of Zoning to completely dictate their plans for the comp plan based on like 4 or 5 commissioners' views, that would be very unlikely to get anywhere, especially during this season where there's going to be hours and hours of people sharing similar views. And I think it's valid for everyone to share their thoughts on the process matter, but at least in our experience on 1C, we've kind of come to a point where we recognize that our voice is one of many voices in the city. And also we're often ignored, and often our great weight isn't even really given much of the actual weight. So try not to take ourselves too seriously just because we really have to be practical in how we address these things. So thanks for listening to me. Good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I've got a couple other people on the list, but I'm going to consider the speaking list closed so we can wrap up shortly. I have Elizabeth. You should be able to unmute. Also, Commissioner, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry. Well, as a commissioner in another ANC, I actually find the scope of your resolution disappointing, and we don't purport to speak for you. And it's disappointing to me that you would purport to speak for the whole city, and people will disagree on this, but that's my view, and I want to make that known. I would say that I'm very sympathetic to the point of view that was espoused by the folks who live in wards 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, that this will disproportionately affect them. That will be the first place that's targeted for this so-called gentle density, and people of color will lose their homes. And I find that to be unconscionable, actually. There's a lot said about what people think about what should happen in my ward, but I think that what you're doing is affecting people in other wards besides Ward 3, even though that's where you really would like to concentrate. But I think the net effect of this is actually going to be borne by people outside Ward 3. And I would commend to you to read the book Broken City, Land Speculation, Inequality, and Urban Crisis by Patrick Condon. And he was one of the proponents of densification and urbanization in Vancouver. And he found, much to his chagrin, that with the densification and urbanization came 4 times higher prices on housing. And that was completely not what he had expected. So there are different points of view. You will not build your way out of the affordability crisis. And that is really a point that you all should think and consider as you move forward. It's not the way forward. There are other things that need to happen.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Howard Kurtzman and then final comment, second comment to Arlene, and then we'll move forward to any commissioner cleanups and then the voting procedure. Howard, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I am a member of the Economic Development Committee. I want to focus on the by right element of the resolution. Even though the resolution simply asks for the Department of Planning to look into the by right provisions that are in the resolution, I think clearly if the resolution is passed by this commission, it will be viewed as an endorsement of by right by the commission. I think it's important to be realistic about that. So what does by right mean? By right means that for the most part, individuals in the neighborhood, neighborhood groups, and the ANC will have little input into any development that occurs in that neighborhood. So that means that issues related to environmental impacts, related to traffic and parking, related to noise, all the issues that get covered in these ANC meetings will be beyond the purview of ANC input for these developments. And I'm constantly hearing at these ANC meetings about the need for the ANC to have a voice. I don't quite understand why the ANC would give up its voice or even raise the possibility of giving up its voice with regard to developments in their neighborhoods. And before a vote is taken, I would invite those commissioners who support the resolution to explain that, to justify that, why they're taking a different point of view with regard to this issue and this resolution than they generally do when they seek to enhance the role of ANCs, not reduce them. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Arlene, I'm not sure if you were intending to speak a second time. If so,
Yes,
I'd
I
ask that
just
you
had
keep
a
it pretty
yeah, I
quick,
just had
please.
a quick question. How will this vote on this particular resolution affect the next resolution from the Economic Development Committee? Is it one or the other, or how is this going to work? That's my question.
No, we're considering them sequentially.
I know, but if
they
if this gets passed, how does that affect the next resolution?
they're not mutually exclusive. I mean, they're taking two different approaches. Like, in broad strokes, excuse me, in broad strokes, this one is about housing production, in terms of increasing housing production and incentives to include family-size housing and affordable units. The other one lays out a strategy of, and Commissioner Fay, I'm going to just very broadly characterize identifying certain areas of the city where upzoning would be advantageous, and considering that on a parcel by parcel basis. So in theory, I guess, the Office of Planning could choose to do both of these things at the same time, and they wouldn't cancel each other out. They're not mutually exclusive in that sense. They're sort of two different strategies at spurring housing production.
Yeah, I don't know that the second resolution would be in favor of the by right clauses in this first one, but I guess Matt could speak to that.
Yeah, the second resolution is not in favor of the by right, and Mr. Kurtzman, who is a member of the committee, I think stated that very well. I would ask the chair to ask the commissioners why they are advocating to give up the voice of the ANC. And I might further ask why we would be forcing other ANCs to be giving up their voice. So I think that's a worthy discussion. But the second resolution does not support by right. It supports a more I would call it disciplined approach, where we are focusing on specifically rezoning areas that are kind of proximate to urban corridors and transportation, not urban corridors, economic corridors and transportation hubs.
We're going to have to leave the questions as rhetorical at this point. Considering the list closed, if there's anything extremely urgent
My
from a
question is to
commissioner,
the commissioners, so that is still something that can be on the table.
That's true. It is.
Oh, I'm happy to answer why.
Please, Sable, I would love to hear. I would love to
We're going to
hear.
go into a round of 1 minute then from commissioners, because this is second remarks from everybody. I would really highly encourage you to keep them to less than that, if you don't mind minding the time. Commissioner Kenzik, you've got yours up first.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone again for their time tonight and hearing from everyone on the call tonight. Commissioner Wood in 1C brought up a great point. They were able to pass something that helped their community, got affordability, helped family-size housing in 1C, I believe it is. 1C, I believe it is. Again, we're in 1B. We're not in 2, 3, 4. People could say when we take this oath, we say we do it for all of DC. That's fine. But I also look at all of us here, sitting here. We're all white, and we're making a decision for the entire city of what we feel as 9 people on a committee that we get elected to, that people say to us, we trust in you, we have faith in you, that you're going to have our best foot. But when I read through all this information through Bega, and I'm just dumbfounded in the interaction that seems like Greater Washington received more responses in a fashionable time than constituents did, and not even my own.
Thank you.
The entire 1B and
We're
outside
gonna
of that.
we're gonna slide on. I want to be clear that we are not making a decision for the entire city. That is not what's happening. We're sending a recommendation to OP to think about how to work this into a comprehensive plan. If anybody's making a decision for the entire city, it is they, not we. We're just saying that it's the opinion of this commission that that would be a good thing for them to do. That's
That
it.
impacts the whole city.
Commissioner, yeah, that's called the comprehensive plan. Commissioner Harris, you've got a minute.
Yeah, I think to touch on why I support this, because oftentimes when developments are considered, whether it's in front of an ANC or any other, whether it's in front of the Detroit Park Civic Association, it delays the development. Development costs have skyrocketed, and it's not just from housing, there are other economic conditions, but that is one very minute point. But any delay that occurs means that there is a delay on affordable housing or housing in general. I also personally don't want a community weighing in on my own potential home. I don't think it's anyone's right here to do that. So that is why I am fully okay with waiving that, because I think it's out of the scope of our responsibilities. There are no developers here. There are no historians here. So why should we say what should go versus what doesn't?
What?
Thank you. We've got Commissioner Lemon Strauss.
Ooh, sorry.
Go ahead for a minute.
Thanks. So I wanted to take up the question of sort of several people asked, like, so why are you supporting this? So we need more affordable housing. Everyone seems to agree on that. I think what I've been disappointed on the folks who are opposed to this is they'll say we need more affordable housing, but not this way, not the way you're proposing, not by building more. But then I'm waiting for like, oh, okay, great. So then what's your idea? If it's not going to be building more, like, how do we get to more affordable housing? And at least tonight, and I'll be very clear, I have not been a part of any of the committee meetings, and I've not done the engagement. So this may have happened elsewhere. From my understanding, like, I don't see another mechanism other than building more housing in order to for people to be able to afford to have more housing, and then for that housing to be more affordable. And so I find myself in the position of not being an expert, to Sable's point, not feeling like I should be weighing in on what people do at their homes and whether or not they should have an ADU. And so I'd like to give that to the experts, and I'd like there to be more housing.
Have you looked at Commissioner Fay's
I
proposal?
appreciate that. Commissioner Hanrahan, you've got a minute.
Hi, I really like to just call us to vote. I really think we've discussed this at this point. We've heard extensive testimony from the community on email this whole week, and then also at this meeting. Everyone's weighed in at least once at this point. I abstained the first time in January. I feel like I sent a red line to Commissioner Barrio. He incorporated a lot of the feedback I sent him. I think this is bold and exciting and new, and I'm ready to support it. And then I'm ready to keep talking about more ABCR stuff because we have more stuff on our agenda tonight. And I really think we just need to call to vote. And it's been messy, but it's been an experience. And I'm ready to say we've had our experience and we need to just move on. Thanks.
Motion to call the question has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of calling the question, please pop your Zoom hands up.
Point of order.
Yep.
Can you do a point of order on after you call a question?
Yes, he can.
I'm just asking.
I mean, we have still 2 other people in the queue that we have guaranteed time.
We haven't guaranteed. I did say that we were closing the speaking list.
They were there before it was closed.
They were not there before. I was paying attention. Also, I'm sorry. The assembly, the body decides whether to end the debate or not. So it's in your hands.
Two-thirds majority.
Close the debate, All right. All those in favor of calling the question, please come off. Please come on camera and put your hands up. That's 6 of 9. It's 2/3 majority. So the question has been called. We can enter into voting procedure on the resolution.
I would like to
Again,
request a roll call vote, Chair.
we can do that without objection. Secretary Fay, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Holden.
Aye. Yay.
Okay. Commissioner Fay is a nay. Commissioner Trindade DeRamo.
Yay.
Commissioner Hanrahan.
Yay.
Commissioner Barrio.
Yay.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Nay.
Commissioner Kenzik.
As this resolution stands, nay.
Commissioner Harris.
Yay.
Commissioner Lemon Strauss.
Yay.
Okay. With 6-3, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Let's take a moment and recenter on what we've got coming next.
A resolution on gentle density.
We have resolution on gentle density after a resolution on gentle density. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, community members, for your input. Thank you for bearing with us through that. Thank you for those of you with comments and questions in the Q&A. I know we can't answer every single one. I hope we were able to touch on some of the important topics in our debate. Commissioner Fay, well, go ahead, move your resolution, and then maybe we can have a little huddle about how we want to handle it. It would be nice maybe for you to give a high-level overview pretty quickly of how it differs. I will say I have a strong bias toward learning a bit about it, and the same way that we did with Commissioner Barrio's resolution, perhaps sending it to the zoning committee since it's their expertise, and I don't believe they've seen it yet, but it'd be good for us to all be aware at least of what's in it, top lines, before taking a move like that. So I'll consider the resolution moved. Is there a second to adopt Commissioner Fay's
Well, does
resolution?
it make sense for me to introduce the resolution before we move it?
Well, no, technically not allowed. We're just moving it pro forma so that it's on the floor.
Second.
Thank you very much. There's a second. So take 2 minutes. Please go ahead and tell us a bit, especially drawing the contrast with the previous one, since we know that one quite well.
Yeah, and the first contrast that I might draw to the previous one is the number of minutes that were allocated to Commissioner Barrio in his first presentation of the gentle density resolution, and would request that the chair provide an additional allotment other than 2 minutes. So perhaps we put 5 minutes on the clock.
We're operating under an agreement today to have 2-minute speeches twice with a strict clock.
Yes, well, we are certainly setting some precedents here in 1B tonight. So with 2 minutes on the clock.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like
There's
to
a
make a motion
speaker.
to.
Sorry, there's a speaker. You can move between speakers, but not during a speech.
Okay.
Yeah, let me finish.
You can restart the clock.
I'm going to restart the clock. I'm going to reset.
You
my
can
clock.
restart. You're good.
All right. So as I shared, the Economic Development Committee met to discuss Commissioner Barrio's proposed resolution. We started in October, where he gave a very high-level summary. We spent more time detailing it in November, again in December, and then finally had a final review in January. The committee raised a number of very specific concerns. By right was a big one. There was significant concern about the ANCs being cut out of any process. I appreciate Commissioner Harris's jab at the LPCA, my home SMD. And I also will express some frustration about situations that I've read about in certain neighborhoods that have been very aggressive in blocking additional density. This is not about trying to block density. This is trying to find a different path than putting full control into developers' hands. I am quite serious when I describe Commissioner Barrio's resolution as pro-developer. We have discussed ours about being pro-development. It is about adding additional density. It is about coordinating that density with its surroundings. We do appreciate, recognize, and want to solve the issue of housing affordability and housing availability. there was a great deal of concern on the part of the economic development that we did not want to impose our political views on other commissions. This was written as an alternative to Commissioner Barrios, but it also introduces what I think is some very thoughtful policy positions that we think could add density appropriately, carefully minimizing displacements. The last thing I will say is that I am unbelievably frustrated. I am very disappointed that this commission and its committees have spent hours and hours talking about development opportunities beyond the commission's reach, and that we have failed to spend any time talking about the development opportunities within our own ANC. That's an embarrassment.
You know as well as I do that we're setting up a structure to answer precisely that question. I have great faith that it will do what you're hoping it will do, which is what I'm hoping it will do. I think it'd be nice if maybe the first few speakers maybe want to draw out some more specifics about the resolution, maybe ask some questions about the mechanisms that it would employ that are different than what was contained in the resolution we just passed.
I mean,
think
can
it'd
I
be a
ask
smart
if the
way to
commissioners read the second resolution?
show of hands.
I read it.
Yes.
Yes.
Also read it.
Okay, great. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
We've also given Commissioner Fay an extra 2 minutes.
Commissioner, I don't know what that was. Commissioner Lemon-Strauss, you can go
I'd
ahead.
prefer to get questions from the commissioners. I'd like to understand where they have concerns, what they liked, what they didn't like.
Yeah, I think I read the resolution. I think it's a good resolution. I think it's a good resolution that lays out, that sort of does a good job of laying out distinctions with the other resolution in sort of good faith ways that I've always thought, Matt, that you're sincere in wanting more density, wanting more housing, wanting more neighbors, that'll drive affordability. I've never questioned that. It feels like the sort of situation where like it might be good to like if everyone took like 5 minutes to go take a walk and then we come back. I'm not actually suggesting that would be a disaster, but so the reasons, the differences that I see from my perspective is I quite like by right as a development mechanism for small units. So again, the original resolution, of course, does not make the whole city by right. It only for units, 6 units or under. So I think for that we should be by right because property owners should be able to determine, and that's going to be the best way. The challenge in the resolution as I see it, in Matt's resolution as I see it, is you continue to have the ANCs weighed in, and then we have additional process, the upzoning charge fee, as well as a process where the city is going around picking where you're going to have upzoning. That strikes me as just adding a lot of additional process and cost. And I think, I don't put words in your mouth, but I think you would interpret that as accountability to local neighbors for being able to sort of have a voice in how their community develops. And I think that's noble and reasonable, and I totally get where that's coming from. From my perspective, I would just prioritize the urgency of needing to get more housing, and so I worry about putting additional steps in the way. And so I think that's just a good faith disagreement that we have. And I'll stop now because I my time wasn't started at the very beginning, so I think I'm probably over my 2 minutes.
You want to take a direct response to it?
I mean, I'll keep it short. Aaron, as I've gone through this, right? I mean, I am very committed to housing density. I think one of the big questions that I've wrestled with is where should the responsibility / ownership for decision making rest? And one of the places that I've come down on, and I'm quite surprised with myself, I'll confess, is that I think we need to have a stronger hand in the planning office, laying out a rationality that says we're going to really double down on density in places where we have access to public transportation, we've got access to city services. Everyone that I've heard talk about this says, I want walkability. That's what I love. And so what I have always been concerned about with Commissioner Barrios' proposal of development everywhere is that you build a 6-unit building or you build a row of townhouses, and it's nowhere close to public transit. So we're just putting more cars on the road. And so where I landed ultimately, and where the Economic Development Committee, I think, landed, was to have more of a government role in setting targets for housing production, targets for affordability, placement where it does the most good, and to then kind of clear the path as best you could where they said, this is where it's going. And I appreciate what you're saying, right? I've read enough of these articles where a local kind of neighborhood group is saying, no, 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 and all of a sudden a library conversion that has 30 and 50% AMI affordable housing is delayed for another year, right? So there is that line to cross, but I was not willing to put all that power in the developer's hands. I wanted it to be more planned and then clear the path.
I have Commissioner Holden.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting ideas in here. I think the parts where I would be potentially opposed to would be the upzoning fee. I'm worried that would just add more cost and administrative burden to getting housing built. So I like things like that I am uncomfortable with, and also the targeted, like, determining areas to upzone specifically. I kind of believe with like gentle density, the idea is, because we're talking about a small number of units, potentially even like a single family home that is just attached or semi-detached on both sides, right? Like that kind of thing is fine. And like, I don't think there needs to be extra scrutiny on that. Because it's a limited number of units. It's not a big apartment building that would be towering like much larger over something else. Like it's modest in nature. And so like having the targeted upzone areas kind of goes against what I liked about Francois's resolution, that it was like broad-based and spreading gentle density around the city. And then the final thing that I kind of don't like, and this is from personal experience, is that a lot of zoning historically, there's been bonus density, or you do TOD. Arlington has like the hubs, right? Development around the metro stations, or based along corridors. I don't think we should force people to live directly and only on commercial corridors. I used to live directly on U Street. It is so loud. Like it's so loud because of the traffic and just everything. I moved half a block away to just be on Seton on the quiet little street, night and day difference, quiet. And I'm in the same neighborhood. I'm diagonal from where I was. And I don't think density should only be forced to be on commercial corridors.
Thank you. I've got Commissioner Harris up next.
Great. And Matt, I guess Commissioner Fay, my comments before really, like, it had, maybe my tone was snarky and I apologize for that, but your resolution and your committee's resolution is good. I didn't take it as we had to have this one or this one. I know that in the grants, how this is laid out technically, it almost has to be that way, or this can be a resolution in conjunction. But I take issue with the same things that Commissioner Holden and Commissioner Lemon Strauss has noted, of the increased regulations that could prevent, although well-intentioned, could prevent more housing from being developed. Just from seeing things happening in 1B already, and just the market itself and the economic conditions, we are seeing developers pull out of large developments because of just the cost of everything. So that's a whole different issue, but adding this to that, and granted, we don't have the authority to add it, but that's where I was like, oh, I don't agree with that. I think also we are going to face issues no matter where something is developed. This commission saw direct issues with a zoning change of support on top of public services where a library should be. My first development that I dealt with at 1250 U Street on top of the U Street Metro took a whole year because people didn't want that there, even though it had affordable to buy housing. So I like your resolution. Maybe there's a world where something still can exist, but I just like the rationale and potential, I guess I hate this phrase, low-hanging fruit of Commissioner Barrios more.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Thank you. I'm in full support of this. I think, despite what people might think, I actually thought there were some really good points that Commissioner Barrio had in his resolution, and I believe what Commissioner Fay, his resolution, what he had was a great mix of our concerns and the community concerns, and took the best of what Commissioner Barrio's resolution was. It kind of blows my mind a little bit to hear, especially Commissioner Holden and Commissioner Harris, talk about costs, additional burdens of cost to developers. Um, I don't know if we realize what kind of properties we're dealing with and what kind of companies we're dealing with, but these companies have money. This is a small administrative cost that is easily absorbed in these larger types of construction and development companies. This is almost like saying, oh, well, don't tax the billionaires. Let's tax the rest of them because there's 99% of them and only 1% of this guy. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then taking away all of the input from the community members, it just really blows my mind. And the privilege that was brought up in the previous argument can still be applied here. Having an all-white commission and having Black and brown and poor residents tell you what they need, and you blatantly ignore that, and having Commissioner Fay taking those concerns and putting it into a resolution, and yet you still dismiss it, is so disheartening. And I'm so disappointed in every single one of you. And I hope you vote to support Matthew Fay's commission resolution, because this is what the community wants and what the community needs. And it was very clear from the Economic Development Committee as well that they supported this. I can't believe you supported a resolution that was so divisive before. So thank you.
Commissioner Barrio.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to first off just say that I do really appreciate Commissioner Fay, Matt, for putting so much work into this and providing me with feedback on my resolution. I really appreciate that you followed up on previous discussions we had by actually proposing some other ideas for how we could build more family-sized housing in DC. And reading through the resolution, I did really like some of the ideas that were in the whereas clauses about utilizing underused industrial areas and building out more transit in DC. I think that those are great. I do think, like some others have pointed out, that I worry about requiring a lengthy process each and every time a homeowner wishes to build something like a duplex. I worry that holding a meeting as long as this one for each and every time someone wants to build an ADU or an additional housing unit would simply result in housing not being built. And so I guess my question is, are there examples of other places where a policy like this has been implemented that has been able to result in a large quantity of family-sized housing actually, being built, being available to purchase or to rent?
Could take that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Economic Development Committee and myself are neither housing policy experts, right? I think the playbook that we were following is that when you look at a place like, I'll pick one that's well, the one that I'd like to pick hasn't been done yet, which is in 1E, just by the Atlantic Plumbing Building, which will add thousands and thousands of new units to our area. But look at Union Market as an example. So Union Market is a place where there's been a lot of planning and a lot of higher density housing that's been put in. And when I look at, and I went through a number of the DemPed, or not DemPed, the Office of Planning plans, one of the things that I found is that they do a great job of planning mid-rise, right? They do 6, 7, and 8 stories. They do a great job of planning kind of medium density, which would be like 4 or 5 stories, and then they stop, right? And then that bumps up against the neighborhood. And what I was looking at, and as we were talking about, how would we rationally add this missing, kind of additional density? The thought was to encourage them to extend their planning out another block. And the thing that has been very successful is taking these areas that have otherwise not been utilized or underutilized and planning and launching a huge amount of capacity. But the criticism has always been that that tends to be 1 bedroom, maybe 2 bedroom, and studios. And so when you think about the townhouse format, which is something that I like that you proposed, the smaller units and the townhouses, that is a missing piece of development that doesn't get developed enough and doesn't get focused. I thought that was a great place that you were focused on. And so the thought was, how do we encourage OP to formally include that type of housing stock in their plans, so that it doesn't end with a wall that goes up, 8 stories. It's a wall that goes up and then it steps down to 6, and then it steps down to the 2 or 3 stories that would be something in the RF or RA zone. So I don't think that I've got examples of where it has specifically added housing. It's more looking at other planning efforts, what they have added, and appreciating that there's kind of this missing type of housing that seems to have been left out of their plans, and the desire to encourage them to incorporate it into their plans going forward.
Is there an
Sorry, to Matthew
sorry.
Holden, really quickly, the fee, we came up with it as a creative solution of trying to not put housing affordability requirements on folks who are building 1 or 2 townhomes, but at the same time capturing some kind of revenue to help bolster the investment in affordable housing, which we know we need and want to do. So it's a test, right? A lot of this is concept, and a big part of this process is sharing those concepts and getting feedback and refining and revising. Go ahead, Chair.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Commissioner Kinzik.
Thank you. Secretary Fay, I want to say that I really did appreciate your resolution. What I appreciated most about it was that you actually, part of a committee, spoke to the people, talked to the people. And when I watched videos back and the concerns of the people that elected all of us into office, you kind of nailed it. Your whereas clauses were actually in your resolution. And that's something I have to say I appreciate. Typically, when you have a whereas clause, it's then mentioned in the resolution, which you vote on, which ironically wasn't in the last one. So I want to say that it was lucid, it was well thought out, and it was very bipartisan, which I can appreciate because as commissioners, that's what we're supposed to be, bipartisan. So thank you for your efforts, Secretary Fay, and also for your efforts with the Economic Development Committee. I'm sad to say that it feels like after today, I don't even know why we bother having committees, because we're not listening to the people. But I hope that this resolution does pass because I think it's, like I said, elusive, very well written, and I appreciate you being bipartisan in this process. Thank you.
Look, I want Mike to be able, Chair Hewling, to be able to make his comment, but let me maybe say this, and then Chair, you can consider. There was a resolution that we drafted around the 6 a.m. operations that we presented, and Commissioner Hanrahan said, I'd like to take it back to my committee because I think my committee can make it better. And he did, right? It was a stronger resolution when it came back from the committee. I am committed to diligence around the process as much as I am diligence around the outcome. I am perfectly happy after the final comments are made to withdraw my motion to approve and to motion to table so that this can go to zoning, planning, and development with the objective of getting additional feedback and improving on the quality of the resolution. The whole goal here is not about pushing something through. I also appreciate, and I mean this sincerely, that we have spent multiple meetings reviewing Commissioner Barrios, right? There was a lot of work, whether I agree with the outcome or not, right? There was a lot of work that was put into reviewing and discussing and elaborating on. So I want to put that out as an option so that we can consider it. And then, Chair, it's yours to manage the floor.
I'll also rise to the defense of our committee structure and our committees. Francois had a vision for his resolution. Committees weighed in. He made changes as far as he wanted in his document, and that's his prerogative. The document grew a lot, and the conversations that it elicited at the committee level, I think, were rich and fascinating. And I don't know if everyone read through the email report from the Economic Development Committee that Commissioner Fay put together, which contained his first red line. It also had a very lengthy discussion, sort of recapping how the ED committee had thought through the resolution over time. And one of the most important parts, I think, of that document was the list at the top of, I want to say it was like 6 or 7 priority areas that the ED committee had identified that they thought we should work on going forward in terms of increasing density and tackling housing affordability. It was sort of pitched as, I don't know if you would say alternatives or complementary ideas to Commissioner Barrio's resolution. But the fact that Commissioner Barrio's resolution elicited that entire conversation and that list of 6 or 7 priorities, all of which I think are really sharp, and I bet Commissioner Barrio agrees they're really sharp, proves the value of having done this entire exercise. I think regardless of how you feel about Commissioner Barrio's document, Commissioner Fay's document, the process was worth doing. And I know it was a few months of work here, and Commissioner Barrio had to go to the same committee meeting 3 times in a row. Maybe it's a little bit slower than we would like, but for a group of volunteers who only meet once a month, I think that process elicited a ton of good ideas that I would like our special committee on the comprehensive plan to pick up. So I think there's not much validity in saying that we're shutting people out and we're not hearing anybody. Many people have been heard, and a lot of those ideas and opinions are going to find expression as we go through the comprehensive plan process internally here at 1B, and that I'm very proud of, I have to say, and kudos to the committee chairs, Faye and Brandt especially, for steering their committees through lots of discussions on this topic. With that, I'd love to go.
One thing real quick.
You may.
So just building off of what Commissioner Fay said, if he were to withdraw this, I think this resolution and the work put into here could be a good starting point and framework for launching the task force.
That's true. I wouldn't want you to withdraw it, Commissioner Fay. There's a lot to be discussed here that's interesting. There's a lot. I mean, I have more
Well,
questions
said
than we
if
have
we
time
did
for.
vote on it tonight and took it off, not withdraw.
I understand that. I wonder if maybe we could sort of huddle and see if we would like to send it to ZPD for a first review, and then when we stand up the committee, the special committee on the comp plan, we can get some comments from ZPD. I'd love the zoning folks to take a look at it. The notion of like the parcel by parcel upzoning is not something I'm familiar with. I don't know if there's precedent for that. That's sort of one of these innovations in Commissioner Fay's resolution that I think needs expert review. I'd love to hear what the committee has to say about it. I don't know if Christian, you want to opine at all there, but I leave it to the group. That seems to be a strong course of action to me. I'm happy to take a couple audience comments since they haven't gotten to speak to this resolution yet, but I'd like to dispose of it in the next couple of minutes.
Sure, I think Commissioner Hannaran has his hand up.
He does
It is up,
indeed.
but I don't know if you called on Christian to.
I'm offered to.
I'm going to
hear
just
what you
jump
had to
in.
say in terms of the procedure. Go ahead.
If I would just jump in to say, I feel like one thing that I feel like Francois's resolution was more broader and more geared for like the whole city, but I feel like there's still room to have more of like a targeted specific comment on the comp plan for ANC 1B or like the immediate area or just Ward 1. And I think that like some of these, I'm wondering if like some of these ideas here I think could be reworked for like the real just like ANC 1B focused area of housing density or ADUs or just like a comp plan comment. Because I don't know. That's my thought.
To be very clear, Commissioner Fay's resolution also has citywide effect in much the same way that Commissioner Barrios did. They're both speaking to the comp plan, which I find to be totally legitimate, and I'm a little baffled that we are working ourselves into knots over whether we are allowed to talk about policymaking in the District of Columbia. I think I'm going to go ahead then and suggest that we refer this to the ZPD committee for a read and some feedback. And if it is the case that the comp plan committee has stood up and wants to take it over from there, that's easy for us to do. Does that seem agreeable to the people? I mean, I would welcome a motion to refer it.
I will move. That seems like the gentlemanly thing to do. I will move to refer this to the Zoning Planning and Development Committee for their review and feedback, to bring back to to either the newly formed group or the commission meeting in March. And I'll work with the chair on the timing of that.
I think that's wise.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor of referring the matter to ZPD, please raise your hands. Real hands. Cameras on. I see 9. I'm sorry, 8. All those opposed? Might have miscounted. It's a majority. The resolution's been referred to ZPD. Thank you very much. Appreciate the spirited discussion. And now we can move on to, I'm actually going to reorder the agenda just so we can handle this thing while we're on the topic. Let's consider the resolution establishing a special committee on the comprehensive plan, if we could. Page 31 in the agenda packet. And we'll try to present it real quick. My goodness, it takes forever. My apologies. All right. Well, seeing as we've been discussing the comprehensive plan for the past 2 hours or so, I think it's germane to move on to this quickly. The idea here, as I previewed earlier, was to create a forum for us to talk about comprehensive plan related things. The comprehensive plan straddles the jurisdictions of 3 of our committees, and it'd be great to not try to force them to collaborate. And of course, only meeting once per month, there's only so much they can do. So we've been kicking around this idea for a few months. This would be a more informal gathering. It can set its own meeting schedule, meet as frequently as it sees fit to do, and sort of dig in to some of these topics more deeply and consider things like the resolutions we've just looked at, the one we passed and the one that we referred to committee. The body, to breeze through quickly, it's a bit of a long document, I apologize. This would be a special committee, which is a form that's authorized in our standard operating procedures, which basically functions like our standing committees, has a maximum of 15 members, and it needs to have a starting and ending date. So I have written it here as February 15th and ending 3 months later. That can be reauthorized by this commission if we feel like it needs more time to do its work. And we're asking the special committee on the comprehensive plan to bring back a draft report, essentially advising us, the commission, how we should formulate some document to advise OP about the comprehensive plan. It'll be the primary forum for formulating recommendations about the comprehensive plan, as I've noted. And we would be appointing the chairs of those 3 relevant committees, Economic Development, TPPS, and ZPD, to serve as facilitators of this committee. Since the committee will be meeting quite frequently, we imagine we didn't want to just give one person the sole responsibility to facilitate all the meetings and have to be present for all of them. And again, since the work of the comprehensive plan touches on the work of these 3 committees, it seemed only fair that the 3 chairs would have some role in shaping the work of the special committee. So the way it'll work is that those 3 chairs will facilitate. They will convene the first meeting of the special committee, and at that meeting, the committee will adopt a work plan and a schedule of meetings and any rules it might want to give itself. Of course, all that's subject to change by the committee itself over time in case it needs to meet more frequently or less frequently, and so on. At the meetings of the special committee, one of those facilitators will act as chairperson. And that can rotate based on people's availability or the topic that's being discussed that day at the special committee. So one day it may be more transit focused, and perhaps Commissioner Holden wants to direct that discussion. That seems only fair. It's the area of his expertise. The other two facilitators just sort of act as committee members during that time. Obviously, you can only have one chair at a time, which makes sense. The facilitators are the ones responsible for producing the final report back to us, the commission. And I thought it was very important that that report not only contain the recommendations that were agreed to by the special committee by a majority or hopefully a consensus of the committee, but also sort of a minority report or a list of recommendations that were discussed, but the committee didn't have time to achieve consensus or sufficient expertise to achieve consensus. So I think instead of asking the committee to create a document like we do in a sort of formalized way where there's a vote and the document needs to garner a hard majority and anything that doesn't attain a majority is not included, we wanted this body to, yes, surface the things that most or all of the members consider important about the comprehensive plan, but also be a little freer to say there were groups of people who were interested in concept X, but again, we didn't have time or didn't garner consensus, but it's something that we think OP should take a look at. Again, they're the experts here, and so this body should be able to flag things that came up and refer it onward for them to take a look at. The three facilitators will appoint 3 members each from their committees to this special committee on the comp plan, and the commission chairperson can appoint up to 3 members as well. Again, the maximum for any committee in our commission is 15 members. And the commission chairperson, that's me, would be able to appoint those 3 members to sort of bring in voices that are not normally heard on our committees, people with special roles in our community or special expertise, which I think is quite fun. The members who are appointed from the standing committees, ZPD, ED, and TPPS, are sort of tasked to be conduits between the special committee on the comp plan and their home committees, just to make sure everyone stays apprised of what's going on. The meetings, of course, of the special committee will absolutely be public, and the public is welcome to join them and speak at them, even if they're not voting members, just like any other committee we have. The work plan that the committee will adopt for itself, I want to be clear, should speak to the comprehensive plan. It shouldn't go too far off base. There's obviously an important distinction between the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations, for example. And so this needs to stay at the level of the comprehensive plan and not go into too many rabbit holes. Hoping the special committee will engage representatives of OP to understand the changes in the coming comprehensive plan. OP is approaching the comprehensive plan a bit differently than in the past, and sort of thinking about zones in a slightly innovative way. So it's important that this committee understand that. And finally, I have added language here to make sure that the special committee focuses not exclusively, but largely on issues related to the 1B commission area in the comprehensive plan. Obviously, almost anything we talk about will have citywide applicability, and that doesn't mean that that's any less valid for the special committee to discuss, but there are so many issues here in the 1B commission area that will be affected by the comprehensive plan, and I think it's important that we prioritize those first. So this is the document. I'm happy to say that Commissioners Fay and Holden and Chair Brandt have reviewed it a few times with me, so we feel pretty good about the structure going forward. Obviously, this is a topic, as we've seen tonight, that elicits a lot of feelings and opinions, and I hope that this just builds a structure where those can be discussed at some depth. There were a lot of Q&As tonight in the little written Q&As in the Zoom Q&A feature that we were not able to get to. Once a month meeting of a commission and once a month meeting of a committee is just not sufficient to tackle something of this technical complexity. So I'm really quite insistent that if we want to have meaningful input into the comprehensive plan, we have to authorize a structure like this where people can convene much more frequently. My dream is that, this thing could meet once a week. It could even be a little more frequent if it really needs to. It's up to this committee itself to decide how often to meet. And with the rotating chairs, structure. Hopefully it doesn't feel like everyone has to be present at every single meeting, since that's a little bit insane to ask of volunteer community members. Happy to take questions. Sorry, I'm moving that this resolution be adopted. Didn't do that
Second.
first. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Open to questions, debate, discussion. Yes, Commissioner Holden.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea. I think it will hopefully channel some good community and commission energy to the comp plan, which is a very complicated document with a lot of moving pieces. So I think if we do it correctly, it should help us organize our thoughts in a good way. I did some work like trying to dig up the last comments on a comp plan update, like the 2021 one or the 2016 one, whichever rounds of that. It wasn't a full rewrite, it was just updates. And we submitted 1B, past 1B submitted like dozens and dozens and dozens of comments, right? So I think it'll be hopefully a good forum for that. And hopefully early on, we'll get an understanding of exactly like how OP wants these comments to be formatted, right? Because that was like a matrix and this whole complicated thing. So we'll need to figure out that first, but I think it's a good idea.
Commissioner Barrio.
Yeah, just piggybacking off of that, I think this is a great idea. I think, the comprehensive plan is really, really, really important. And so it's worth, as an advisory body to weigh in on it. I think through the process of the resolution we just passed, and the work that the committees have done, there have been a lot of other great ideas for things that we can work on. ADUs was one of the things that came up, and the ways in which it is, extremely difficult, if not impossible, to build an ADU in residential flat zones. While the resolution we passed did comment on that, I think there's more. We actually can get in more into the specifics here in terms of what we want to happen going forward. And I, think to Commissioner Fay's point, I would love to work on, different parcels around 1B that we would love to see reach a higher and better use than they currently are right now, in the form of parking lots. So, I think this is a great idea, and I'm looking forward to being a part of it and working together.
I appreciate that. Anyone else? All right. We can move to vote on the resolution. All those, oh, yes. Christian, go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't find the raise hand thing. I also just, as one of the implicated chairs in this, I think this is a really efficient way for the commission to address the comp plan. Between economic development and zoning preservation and development, we've already encountered like shared interests in the comp plan where we would be reaching out to the same OP staff to give us the same presentation. So I think this, just from that point of view, this is like a really efficient way of the commission engaging in this. And also, I will say, as somebody who does comprehensive planning, just not in DC, I appreciate when community organizations work with me in this way. So I'm sort of like biased in favor of something like this because I think that it works really well from like a practical planning perspective.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We've got a hand in the audience. Chris, you can unmute. You can put 2 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Okay, so yeah, I think what's going to be critical to comp plan analysis is efficacy of data. If anything like the last resolution happens with positions going forward with the comp plan, ANC 1B really is going to be stuck in the mud. I mean, just so we're all clear, what you all tied yourself to was data from AEI and RealPage data. Okay, RealPage is being sued by the Attorney General. You all just tied yourselves to that data point in the resolution that just got passed. So efficacy of data, how many vacancies do we have in Ward 1B? Or in the ward, or citywide? How many firehouses, police stations, libraries, doing a data mapping of our entire ward, entire city, to understand where there's gaps in services? How about displacement impacts with the build, right? Just kind of what we were just talking about. And, you know, the Economic Development Committee meetings really played that out in real world terms. What's going to happen when you let a developer build by right a small apartment building where a family home existed? They're going to build studio Class A 1-bedrooms. And that's what, you know, that's the sort of data points we need. What is being built? What do we actually need? If we need 80% more Class A studios, we really need that, or do we family side housing? And are we going to tie growth to stuff we need the public good? That last we didn't do that, just so we're clear. And it didn't seem like Chairman Duramo, you were clear on that. It does not tie any of the extra density. So the comp plan discussion needs to be based on real data and real resource mapping of our ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Mike Hewling with his hands up.
Thank you. You know, I want to just go back to the original resolution for 1 second, then come back to the comp plan. I think everyone's heart is in the right place on that. I just still baffled a little bit by right, because I think there's other ways to do this more strategically and wisely. And then that circles back to the comp plan. I mean, it just topic for another day. Comp plan, like, we pulled the vacant properties in LaJoy Park, and it was 24. We probably have like 600 houses. So what is that, 5%? I mean, those are easy wins for any developer. And then the vacant to vibrant plan easily, kind of helps those developers along, gets them on the market, and there's zero displacement on those. And those add more economic development to 1B. Like, I want to see the restaurants on U Street succeed. I want to see development in our corridor. So, and then there's the vacant parking lots. There's city-owned buildings that are, that need to be, that have been, the Reef Center has been there forever. Like, there's so many housing units in 1B alone. I think, it'd be nice to see the commission focus time and attention on adding smart density to our corridor so that it helps everyone out. And we are so lucky in the fact that we have public transit, great schools, great parks. Like, why wouldn't people want to live here? And I feel like there was much better ways of doing it. And I think there's going to be really unintended consequences of pushing a lot of the long-term, African-American residents out. And it really just, it makes me upset that resolution, could have been refined and made much better. But I think the comp plan has some opportunities to move forward on ways we can make 1B better.
Yeah, I would note that, I mean, look, vacant to vibrant is a complex topic. You can put 2 minutes on the clock for me, so I don't, 1 minute actually, it's a follow-up comment. I don't want to go over time. Unfunded, and there are lots of objections to the way it's being envisioned in terms of displacement. So, we're going to run up against these questions over and over again. I would caution anyone against thinking that any one thing is the silver bullet here, or that we, have to focus on 1B to the exclusion of the rest of the city, or vice versa. The topics are incredibly complex, which is why I'm really advocating for this structure to take it away. And yes, there should be, of course, a focus on 1B specific issues. Incredibly important. Sorry, I just saw a hand pop up from Arlene. I'm going to make that the final comment, and then we're going to move to vote on this.
Sorry, Chair, can I just make a quick comment here? It's very quick.
Sure.
I just wanted to note and gently correct something that I've heard stated a few times, and I mean the best intentions, but when people say that the commission is all white, that is very inaccurate. I personally am half Asian, and I just think it's really important that we are accurate when we talk about the commission's demographics. I get it that I am very privileged, but I just wanted to say that because personally it felt like an erasure of at least my experiences, and I wouldn't want anyone else to feel that way.
That's noted. Yeah, I think we should avoid broad characterizations in that way, to make points that could be made perhaps more artfully in a different way. Arlene, I want to come around to you. We'll give you 2 minutes. You should be able to unmute now.
Okay, thank you. I want to reiterate Chris's comments about using, making any kind of decisions based on real and accurate data, because a lot of times they use old studies and studies that are not quite reliable. So I want to make sure that any kind of decisions that the ANC makes are based on real and accurate data from reliable sources. And the other thing I just want to mention is, please don't forget about infrastructure, schools, libraries, police, fire stations. Increased density is going to put a greater burden on all of those things. And I want to make sure that we talk about and consider the infrastructure and critical community services that we need to support higher density and even the density that we have now.
Thanks for that point. Again, I mean, again, the comp plan will touch on a lot of that. It's the resolution we looked at today was, focused on one aspect of density and one aspect of housing, was not sort of comprehensive in the way that the comprehensive plan is. That's why we're pulling in the transit committee, ED and ZPD together to sort of look at the interrelationship of those things, consider things like public space, right? Those are all important components that interact. Commissioner Sycamore, final comment.
Sorry, I just have to respond to Commissioner Harris's comment. That's ridiculous.
I bet you don't have to.
Oh, I do.
Point of order. Point of order.
No. If she's allowed to talk about this, then I'm allowed to respond.
Commissioner Harris saying that she's half Asian and she felt erased by people saying it's an all-white commission.
No, I'm sorry.
You can't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
So listen, I'm Turkish and I'm Italian.
Thank you.
This is not
sorry.
actual
Commissioner
race.
Sycamore is not technically out
actually-
of order. He can say something objectionable, but it's his time to speak on the floor. It's not out of order.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris, I'm Turkish and Italian. All right? I get it. But what we are perceived as is white. We have the privilege of white people. Whether or not you want to acknowledge that, you can scream it from the rooftops all you want, but it's our people that perceive us that way. And what we are doing in our actions here on this committee and the decisions of this commission and our votes that we've taken is very much a white privilege position. So I don't want to hear this. This is absolutely ridiculous, and there's no reason for you to.
We're drifting away from germaneness to the motion on the floor, which is important.
I understand that. Well, then you should have called Commissioner Harris's out on that too.
All right, we're going to move into voting procedure. The motion on the table is adopting the resolution to create the special committee on the comprehensive plan. All those in favor, cameras on, hands up, please. That's 9. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have a motion. Oh, Lord. You know what? I'm going to do 2 things right now. One, I'm going to reorder the agenda again and ask us if we can move on to the TPPS resolutions, and I'll circle back on my other resolution because I need to pull up a different final version of the draft to share. Commissioner Holden, I'm sure you can handle the fastball. Can you go ahead with the strategic bikeways plan? And also, I'm going to ask if Commissioner Harris will take over in her capacity as vice chair to allow me to go to the restroom and fill my water bottle. So if you will be the chair pro tem, I would appreciate it very deeply.
Okay, TPPS. We have a strategic bikeways plan. resolution. DDOT is updating their master bike plan, which is now called the Strategic Bikeways Plan. So they're soliciting feedback. They've had several meetings, in person, virtual. We had a meeting in January to discuss, kind of formalize 1B's comments. So they're all listed here. I did make a promise, they're not a promise, but I did say to, or Commissioner Hanrahan suggested reordering this to kind of group them by corridor or intersection improvements, and I didn't do that. So I might add headers to this that group them by corridors or intersections, but that's the only thing that's not here. Everything else, I can just run through them really quickly. The first one is 14th Street. A lot of people know that there's a lot of issues with 14th Street corridor. Hopefully we get the bus priority project that will hopefully solve some of them, but the suggestion here is to, one of the main problems is the floating bus islands don't, the way they were built, it was kind of an old model and they don't have good visibility. And so you end up having some protected locations because of the floating bus islands, but the rest of it is not protected. So it gets blocked by pickup and drop off and food delivery and people parking and all sorts of things. So we're asking to see if they could convert it to protected bike lanes instead, and to also add more designated spots for pickup and drop off to deconflict vehicles and bike traffic along the corridor. The next two are 11th Street and Vermont Avenue. This one is simply saying, kind of restating our resolution that we passed in October, and just saying, just including that as a recent thing that we've talked about into this, reiterating our support of those projects. The next one is 15th Street Northwest. This is the best and most important bike corridor in the city, connecting Columbia Heights to Virginia and or Southwest, depending on which way you turn after the mall. And so here we're asking for better enhancements on the north side to better connect 15th Street to the rest of Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant, because right now it just kind of ends at the top of the park. So just looking at ways to make that better. Similarly, because Lafayette Park is no longer accessible by the White House, there's a big gap in the bike lane if you're going south from our neighborhood. So I'm asking them to build a facility that would get bikes safely around the White House instead of relying on the park like they used to. This is an existing plan that DDOT has. They just haven't built it yet. So we're just encouraging that they build it. And, you know, since 15th Street goes through ANC 1B, both of those locations are kind of outside of 1B, but the facility runs through it and it's important for residents. The next one is the T Street, 6th Street, Florida Avenue intersection. So that kind of connects from U Street and Shaw into LaDroit Park. But the intersection itself is not great. And if you're on the T Street bike lane, you kind of are spit out onto Florida. And it's dangerous in that section. Cars are moving fast. There's no shoulder or anything. And so we're just asking them to look at that location if there's something they can do to make it easier to get in and out of LaDroit Park. There's some good facilities in LaDroit Park, like contraflow lanes and stuff, that I think could be better utilized if there's a better connection. Next, asking them to convert the existing New Hampshire Avenue standard bike lane to protected bike lane as it crosses through 1B to the park. This was an ask from ANC 2B talking about their section of it south of us. So we're just asking them to continue that into our part of New Hampshire. The next one is kind of more broad, high level, and just asking about thinking about better east-west protected connections through the neighborhood. We have a lot of good north-south connections, but east-west, there's some standard bike lanes. There aren't a lot of protected bike lanes, so that could do a lot to help the network. And then finally, some asks for Florida Avenue. Two intersections were kind of called out as being potential problem areas that they could look at. One is Florida, where it meets Berry Place and then turns into Sherman Avenue. There's a protected bike lane on Florida, but then it just kind of ends. And so I'm seeing if they could continue it onto Sherman or just make the transition between the protected bike lanes off to points north a little smoother. Same with Florida and 9th and V. It's a very complex intersection by the 930 Club. A lot of traffic from vehicles, bikes, and pedestrians. But it's also a signalized intersection. So we were thinking maybe they could do something with the signal timing that could improve the flow of traffic, pedestrians and bikes, or maybe add a bike signal, something like that, to kind of like ease the flow through there. And then finally, Florida Avenue Northeast has a protected bike lane. So this is a suggestion from the committee to see if they could continue the Florida Avenue Northeast bike lane across into Northwest and towards U Street. So I try to do that as fast as possible. So if there are any, I move that we adopt that. And
is there a second?
Yeah.
Sorry, is unmute. I second.
Great. So if there's any questions.
Sorry, I'll make a comment. Should raise my hand. I just want to comment. This is super thorough work on the part of TPPS. Matthew, I'm impressed by the depth of knowledge and commitment that your team brings to this, and how much rigor you brought to the crafting of it. So thank you for bringing that level of professionalism to this. So thank you.
I appreciate the comment.
Chair, we're just on discussion for the resolution, so I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kenzik.
Yeah, I want to also thank you, Chair Holden, for your work on this as well. It's appreciated, and I will be voting in support. Thank you.
I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Sycamore.
How is this going to impact parking, especially when you're talking about going up Sherman Avenue? It's already a pretty tight squeeze up that direction, and that's part of my SMD. I would like to know how you plan on addressing that.
Well, I don't plan on addressing it. I plan on asking DDOT to address it and to consider ways to make these problem spots a little smoother for cyclists. We tried to keep it high level. We tried to strike a balance between identifying specific areas. And I should say there's one the first resolve clause is as broad as possible. And the other ones were more specific, but still weren't like build the protected bike lane in this way or build the intersection as this way. It was like, these are the problem spots, and we think DDOT should do a study or look into fixing them. But our first resolve clause is ANC 1B supports a plan that expands the bicycle network in DC, closes existing gaps, builds new infrastructure, encourages more people to consider cycling, and creates a safer transportation network for all road users. So that's kind of like the framing. And then all of the bullet points for the locations were problem spots or areas for improvement. If any of them turned into a real project, it would be very much like the 11th Street project that we've talked about a lot, where they would release concept plans, design plans, and then construction plans where they would account for the parking. And we'd have a lot of opportunities for questions about that then.
A quick follow-up then. Do we know why there are even gaps there? Why maybe they left it there for a reason? Is there any identification as that?
So sometimes there's gaps. There's gaps for lots of reasons, right? Like sometimes, like I think the gap at like 6th Street is a complicated intersection, right? So they haven't built it. Like they don't know what they would do there. So it would take more of a study to figure out what it would do. I think Berry Place and Sherman in Florida is a similar example, right? Like they had the right of way to build the bike lane by Whole Foods and that whole development. And then potentially that development paid for that bike lane. Sometimes bike facilities are built by site plans and developers as part of that process, as opposed to like capital project from the city. So they might have only had money to build up to that point. And then, Sherman wasn't in the scope of the project. So, I mean, there's like dozens of reasons why that could be.
Okay. Further comments, questions? If none, happy to move into voting procedure. Cameras on if you can. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented. Two hands to heaven. I've got 8 in favor. Alan, you said you were a yes. I'm going to count you as a yes. Okay, we're going to go with unanimous on that one. And he can correct it later if he changed his mind suddenly. Commissioner Holden, if you want to proceed with your next.
Okay, so this one is a resolution on eliminating weeknight or weekend late night parking on U Street. This has kind of been a discussion with some committee members and some of the business community on U Street, where basically the thought is late night parking on U Street creates like unnecessary congestion because people are double parking, they're looking for parking, there's ride hail and delivery drivers looking for places where they can pull over, and people are parking for longer than they're supposed to, like more than the 2-hour limit, and partying in the cars and just like adding to the chaos on U Street. So we thought one way to kind of like get a handle on that and improve traffic flow, make it safer for people to get in and out of Ubers and Lyfts, make it safer for delivery drivers to come up, and then also make it easier for buses to get down the street, so they're not being blocked by double parked cars or people circling the block looking for parking, is to for Friday and Saturday nights after 10:30, convert the paid parking or the 2-hour time limited parking to short-term parking of 5 minutes, and have it be pickup drop-off spaces only from kind of like the beginning of the corridor. We defined it as 6 in Florida, even though there's not any parking on that block currently, but just to kind of like put it at the start of kind of like the nightlife corridor and go from 6th in Florida to 14th in U. And it would be from 10:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays through 6 a.m. the following day, is what is being suggested. We're further resolved just the DDOT install signage that clearly and legibly explains the updated restrictions along the corridor. We know that like a lot of times there can be a lot of sign clutter and signs that are confusing. So if they could make that as clear as possible. And then also that DPW and MPD provide resources to enforce these new restrictions. DDOT just sets the policy and does the sign work. DPW and MPD do the enforcement. So that is that one.
Thank you
So
for this. I
yeah.
don't think you mentioned that this was the case a couple of years ago on U Street. There was sort of a pilot, and DDOT kind of lost track of it.
Did we say we are going to add that?
No, I don't know. I'm just adding for context. So this is not a novel thing. It was the case for, I want to say, a year, maybe a year and a half on U Street. Commissioner, I don't know if you remember exactly.
It was a year.
It was a year or so.
And this commission passed a very similar resolution on which DDOT took action.
Right.
And unfortunately, oversight seemed to have been lost with the mayor's office of nightlife. And so since no tracking and no data was available, they just pulled the program. So the issue is, remains and perhaps gets more exacerbated. And this is a good thing as more people use ride hailing services to U Street, bringing more business in and having fewer people potentially driving after having a cocktail. But this is kind of bringing back an idea that had been championed by this ANC in a previous term, and trying it again, but with better oversight and coordination.
And I'll also add, similarly, the same policy and procedure was done in 2B, is south of Connecticut, or on Connecticut, south of DuPont Circle, in their kind of like similar nightlife area. They were facing some of the same problems, and they instituted a no parking, kind of like short-term pickup drop-off zones, and that seems to have helped with congestion and other safety issues associated with this.
Commissioner Hanrahan.
Hi. Yeah, I guess I know we talked about this at Cal, and I guess we just talked about the fact that the signs were up by the DDOT put the signs up when they were there. I mean, is there still like, I'm just wondering like where this came from. Like, is there a way we could do it? I feel like in order to actually do it right, it has to be like coordinated with like the MPD road closures so that they're literally there like towing the cars to enforce it. Like I think if we just go out to put the signs up again, it's just going to be another year to put the signs up, but then they're not going to be enforced. So then another year later, then someone's going to take them down. So there's that. And then I also know now they have like with the U Street Performance parking zone, they're like the peak hours are at during this time. So I think DDOT might be less willing, or even the ANC has like a bit of a sense of conflict with the money that would be gone on paid parking would be lost to would be lost now. I don't know.
Yeah, so we are gonna hopefully, is it next month, Commissioner Fay and Chair, about getting an update from DDOT about performance parking. So maybe that would help answer some of the questions too. We have the resolve clause that asks DPW and MPD to work on it. So, that doesn't mean they will, but we do ask them to.
I mean, can I just add one piece to that, which is great question, Commissioner Hanrahan, right? I think that's like the right question to ask. To Commissioner Holden's comment, we will find out more from DDOT about the performance parking zone when they come and present to us on the year in review in March. Right, part of what we've also been talking about is that, I mean, look, we spent a lot of time today talking about like modernizing our thinking about housing. There's also this question about modernizing our thinking about parking, where having one car park for X number of hours in a very, very busy commercial corridor, you kind of have to ask the question if that space can be better utilized in different ways. So I think we're hopeful, right, that there'll be a willingness to explore. And then secondly, to your concerns about implementation, I think there's an appreciation this time around that we're going to have to stay more on top of implementation, and have kind of a regular cadence with DDOT and DPW, to make sure that this is actually happening, till we get the result. But the business community is also very engaged and very supportive about this. And I think the last thing, sorry, Matthew, I'm going to turn it back to you, is with the new bus priority lanes, we think that there's actually an added advantage here.
Oh, yeah. So that is one of the whereas clauses. So that one specifically, since you raised it, I'll just read it. Whereas the forthcoming U Street bus priority project and dedicated bus lanes creates opportunities for reimagining the U Street corridor while providing additional improved transit access to the neighborhood. So we're hoping like the 1-2 punch of the bus service plus removing the parking could like really improve transit ridership. And also, if there aren't people who are double parked and circling for cars, there's less opportunity for conflict with the buses and like a car blocking and them having to like move out of the way and stuff like that, slowing them down.
Final comment, Commissioner Sycamore.
Yeah, so I have some issues with this. I don't want to feel like I'm going to be the U Street parking police when this happens, making sure that the police are actually, or the meter maids are actually enforcing this. It's already kind of hell to try to get down U Street at this point with double parked cars and not getting tickets and not having tows already, and then having to take away all this parking and then pushing all of this into our neighborhoods. I'm 2 blocks up from what it is now, and it's by 4 o'clock, it's hell. to try to find parking around here, even with the performance parking. And then, of course, what Commissioner Handerhan has brought up about the loss of revenue to the city. I don't think this is probably the greatest idea at this point. I don't see it as a net benefit yet. I think there's some good points on this, maybe like having it just during specific hours or specific events, specific dates, days of the week, maybe, sure. But I think right now it's not there.
Commissioner, can I just, so this is a proposal to be only Friday and Saturday night from 10:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. So it is already day and time limited. You'd be able to park on U Street any other time.
But that's I'm sorry, maybe it should be more specific. Like I'm not saying necessarily weekly, but I'm saying like for a certain event, like for Howard Homecoming, for example, making sure that that lane has, or that street has nothing on there for special events and things of that nature. I don't know. I just have a lot of concerns about it. Yeah, I don't think I can support it yet.
I appreciate the concern for the loss of revenue, although I think the people who generate the revenue on U Street are pretty clear that this will be helpful to their operations. It's been a constant struggle to keep track.
I mean, I haven't heard anything yet, so that's why I'm making those comments.
We have Jean Hamza with her hand up. Jean, you can unmute.
Wonderful.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make a couple comments quickly about this resolution. This is an initiative that is coming from the business community, really frustrated with what happens during the warm weather with the party on the street. This is an attempt to make it uncomfortable for the party to happen on the street. MPD has we've been working with MPD along with DDOT, and DPW really has to enforce it. So it's, you know, a multi-agency activity. It's not just DDOT. And there is a similar parking situation over at DuPont. It was mentioned earlier, and this is really sort of following what they've done, and it's what they've got has really helped with the problems they were having, same as us. Partying on street has nothing to do with the establishments that are around. So I just wanted to give a little context. This businesses are really really want to try this, and the effort before was never enforced. Nobody even knew about it. I mean, I'm assuming the ANC knew about it, but I didn't know about it, and it was never enforced. So we being the business communities, would really appreciate the ANC support. That's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that perspective. I'm glad you brought that. I appreciate it.
Now the final comment, I think, Commissioner Kensick.
Yeah. So the committee as a whole, they reached out and they got a lot of the residents' feedback. You know, does DPW support this?
I haven't spoken to anyone at DPW.
I mean, I think what we'd say, Alan, is that we've met with DDOT, we've met with the council member's office, we've met with the business community, and so the pieces are coming together. I think what we were advised from just an advancing this sort of idea forward is that in parallel, the ANC should declare its position and continue to work with these different agencies to coordinate action. And so this is, this is an important conversation to say, do we declare ourselves on this position? Is this something that we would want to do? And so again, we're happy to go back and maybe talk through the reasons, but I think Jean did a nice job of talking about, where some of those concerns were coming from.
I'd add that it's not always easy to do this kind of thing with DDOT. The fact that there's the precedent of the year that this was the case has helped quite a bit, and I'm I think we're all pretty optimistic that that'll be the case with DPW, since again, they're familiar with this. It's been in place before. It just sort of got canceled as an oversight, really. So we'd like to have it back. All of that said, let's go ahead and vote. Pop on your cameras if you would, if you can. All those in favor of the resolution as presented, please raise your hands. I've got 7. All those opposed? And I'm marking 2 abstentions. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And Commissioner Holden's final.
Wait, Chair, I'm not sure if Commissioner Hanrahan.
Stephen, which one did you want there? You're muted. You can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. All right, we're going to count it as an abstention.
Yeah, give me an abstention.
Commissioner Holden, go ahead with the NOI.
The NOI is very simple, hopefully.
Can put 2 minutes on the clock.
The comment period ends like this week or something. So DDOT sent a notice of intent to remove 35 feet of residential parking at the northwest corner of 14th Street and Chapin. This is an uncontrolled crossing, so just like a ped warning sign. And there's currently 5 feet of no parking, but
sorry, I think you're sharing the wrong window.
What am I? Does it just say the Zoom workplace thing?
It's just your background.
Oh, it's great to see what Joe on your laptop. Yeah, see everything.
Yeah, I have a lot of. I have a messy desktop.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Speaks to character.
Yeah. My secret files. Okay. So. Notice of intent, 14th Street and Chapin. Currently, there's 5 feet of no parking, but according to the DC municipal regulations, I don't have the number here, but it's in the NOI, which number it is, that it's prohibited to park or stop within 40 feet of the intersection. So this is really just getting them into compliance with that existing regulation. But there's another regulation that anytime they remove RPP parking, that we have to be noticed on it. It's one of the core things of the notice of intent. So we just had some questions, really. This is less a letter of support or a resolution and more just some questions that the committee had. So it's questions or recommendations. So we recommend using bollards, flex posts, or other materials to prevent illegal parking in addition to the signs and markings. They might just do signs and markings. They didn't really specify. So we said do something more permanent or more vertical that would actually keep people from parking close. We asked them if they considered a curb modification or a bump out at its location to prevent illegal parking. Improve sight distance and decrease the crossing distance for pedestrians. This is like kind of far from signalized intersections and there's no control. So this is a little bit harder for people to cross right here. So a bump out might help. And then finally, there are some questions about like if this 40-foot rule exists, like how many, and they need to get this in compliance. Well, like how many other intersections are not in compliant? And if they were to get all the intersection in compliant, like what would that do? How would that impact the parking inventory? So it's just a question about that, asking for some data. So pretty simple.
Great. As the commission representing that SMD, I'll say this is a thumbs up. Residents have been, since I was elected, residents have been flagging that as an awkward corner with an evidently, how do you say, like obstructed view when people are turning off 14.
Or sight distance.
Yes. Chapin needs a traffic pattern modification altogether, but we'll take this for now. Great.
Great. So I move that we send this letter.
Second.
Questions, comments? All those in favor of the letter, please raise your hands. I've got 7. All opposed? None, and I'll mark 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. Final matter for the evening. Happiest phrase ever said by mankind is resolution that we skipped before. I had to find the final version of it. I apologize. This is a resolution from me and Commissioner Hanrahan. Long and short, ABCR has done fabulous work. They just went through a really tough renewal season, and they have learned a lot in that process. And I would like to have them codify that before they drift away or whatever. Who knows what will happen in the future? So there is no manual or any kind of authority for ABCR. Everything they do is basically like what they've learned, whatever, from the previous generation, a lot from Commissioner Harris, and things we learned from ABCA, just glean in the course of doing license review. I yes, I'm eager to preserve the institutional knowledge. There's a bunch of praise for ABCR in the first few whereas clauses there, including the number of licenses that they went through in the past term. Incredibly impressed with them and very grateful for their commitment to serving the community in that way. So Stephen and I are formalizing this request in writing just to make sure it doesn't get lost, asking the committee to take some time now that we're past the tavern renewal wave and think about what types of guidance it can sort of collect and codify in the standard operating procedures or just in text on the website, on the ABCR page on our website, which of course would be helpful for licensees and applicants who want to know how to interact with the committee and what are best practices for getting their licenses reviewed in a timely fashion. Also applies to protests and settlement agreements. So a few of the things that we're suggesting the committee consider would be just basic definitions of terms that are useful to know, up-to-date template for settlement agreements, which Stephen has been working on a lot over the past year, multiple iterations, an outline of the process for license review, new and renewal, including proper notice for applicants. That's something that we often struggle to do, which is related to, something coming later. A few other items. Something important is we also are hoping that the committees on community engagement and economic development will help ABCR compile and maintain a permanent database of operator contact information so that it is easier to provide notice to people when their establishments are up for review, either at the committee or the commission level. So happy to submit this. Eager for any questions. We've given the committee until the June meeting of the commission to come back with draft language, again, either for the SOPs or to put on the commission's website to codify best practices for the next generation of ABCR members.
Yeah, I think it's a great document. I think it's outlines like what we're going to do this year, and I think that's really helpful.
Sweet. Anything else? Cool. Recruit a friend for the ABCR committee. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented? That's 9, full house. Thank you very much. Resolution's adopted, and we have no more business aside from notifying you that our next meeting, which is March 5th, will be hybrid. We'll be in person at the Josephine Butler Park Center once again with the guest speaker, Board of Elections, which I understand will be bringing voting equipment for us to play with and learn about ranked choice voting, which you will have the opportunity to use in June for the first time.
Hooray.
Thanks. Good night. Adjournment.
Night.